Hi, everyone. Welcome to the show. It says we're live. So as soon as you can, if you can give us a five, a high five, give us a high five on the video, on the video, and the 5 says Dave Trillis. Thank you, Dave. Patty Cakes 5 Awaken 155 in the presence 5. Hi, Christy Bassett from, oh my God, it's going by so fast again. Yikes. Linda from Montreal. Hi, Linda. Teresa from Scotland. We love ya. Everything's going by so fast. Coach Kathy, love ya.
Hi, everyone.
It's just going by. Oh, crazy. I would love to acknowledge all of our beautiful friends. Tyler, Texas. Who's from Tyler, Texas? Matashi from Tyler, Texas. That reminds me of the Doobie Brothers China Grove. And there's Team Honey in the house. Love it. Love it. I think I just saw
1044 Norway.
Yeah, and I think I saw someone from British Columbia again. Now I'll start the show by addressing a few people asked about the situation in British Columbia on the other show, but so much was happening, so much was going on that we never got around to. I saw it, but I never got around to it. And so there are no accidents and there are no coincidences. God is not lazy. His creation is abundant and perfect and in every single moment. And Vancouver, unfortunately, I grew up I was born in Vancouver. I was born in a hospital in Burnaby and raised my entire life in Victoria before essentially, we moved to Mexico. So I'm a BCer, and I went to university in Vancouver, and
I was a BC wannabe.
Well, you'd never have gotten used to that rain, never, because you're an Alberta girl, sunshine. So you just can't. But so Vancouver, center of child trafficking, and I've done shows about what I think about the whole west coast of British Columbia and why they tell us you can't make roads. I mean, it's so difficult to get into Port Moody. No, not Port Moody. Or no, maybe it is Port Moody. Is it Port Moody?
Really, really far north.
No, not really far north. It's just north of. You just go up the sound as far as the sound can go in Vancouver, and that's where Port Moody is. And it's very difficult there's only one road into Port Moody. I think it's Port Moody, because Port Coquitlam is part of Coquitlam in Greater Vancouver, which is really close to Burnaby, where I was born. But north of Port Moody, there's like nothing. There's nothing until you get all the way up to Prince George, and then you go across the big highway that goes all the way from Prince George to Prince Rupert on the coast. And then, like I told you, I went with my grandmother, 107 grandmother. We went on a great adventure into the north of BC during the summer. So that was just really incredible to be inside the Arctic Circle and to see that sun never set. That was incredible. But we came home on the ferry, and just what you saw was incredible, because the ferry was going so close to the shoreline. And then when we asked about it, they said, well, because it's really deep water all along this coast here. And then it's like, it's so convenient, because if that's deep water, it means big ships can go right onto the coast. And if there are no roads in and out that we're told of, then nobody sees and nobody knows. And so the unfortunate aspect of British Columbia is that it's been and of course we're right across the Pacific Rim to the entrance of the Yangtze River, and up we go to Wuhan, China. and the center of child trafficking in the entire world. So it's not a great legacy, but all of the flooding that's been going on, people go, well, it's been raining. That's all it does. That's all it does. I can't imagine that it's rained any more than it normally does in Vancouver. It's just ridiculous how much it rains there. And so there's flooding this year because the tunnels are all blocked up. And now the water has no place to drain, and it's coming back up, and it's Isengard. And Isengard exists everywhere on this earth that they traffic children. There are Saurumans who are the minions of Sauron, who is Satan on this earth. And unfortunately, Vancouver and the west coast of British Columbia has been a center for child trafficking. So there are no mistakes. And somebody said, are we being punished? You're not being punished. This is a process that has to occur. The cleansing must occur. It just is what it is.
I know there are people like in South Africa and Australia and other parts of the world that are saying that there are still, the blasting, the earthquake that they're hearing. And so we know that they're still restructuring things from underground.
And it is a big earth. It is a big earth. There's over 200 countries. There is so much to get right. There's so much corruption. In our little town here, Mia Kadlan, we had just, it's back up and going again, but for a couple of days last week, our sort of main crap market, supermarket, was shut down. And they said that they were shut down because they refused to pay bribe money to sort of the local mafia that harasses businesses for money for protection, or they burn their places down. So we haven't seen any of that, but apparently this has gone on here, and everything's coming to a head. Everything is coming to a head right now, and it has to. But there are just messes everywhere, because you just turn on a show and watch a simple show. Watch a simple show with a simple narrative. Colleen and I sat down and we tried to watch Kevin Costner's Yellowstone, and there's probably a good message in there. We can sort of see where he's trying to go with this after 2 episodes, but there's so much carnality that it just drives us right. We live in paradise, like in here, and we live in paradise, and we surround ourselves with paradise, and we don't watch shit. So we turned on Yellowstone and started to watch it, and we just couldn't believe it, because it's just like the
contrast is it's just so much drama and contrast. It feels like a nighttime soap opera, but
yeah,
like Charlie said, we probably didn't give it enough time, but it's like, that's even just too much for us.
Yeah. So as Leviticus 15:16, it's when you lay down with dogs, you get up with fleas. And again, when these allegories are done, it's not that dogs are bad. It's not that goats are bad. It's just the difference between a goat and a sheep and what they metaphorically represent. And so the saying, which is true, when you lie down with dogs, you get up with fleas.
Right.
Mind your company.
And
your company.
It doesn't seem to raise your vibration when you watch it. So for me, it's a no. I can't watch it.
It is. So I don't know.
I don't feel like the message is strong enough for me to justify watching.
It's not moving fast enough. By the time we got to the end of that second episode, season 1, episode 2, it was like, they're just going to string this storyline out for 8 shows. And it's like, it's just going to damage us on the inside. And we don't want that. We don't want that at all. So, and sorry for getting started a little late, but the power went out just before we were about ready to go here. So,
but it went back on.
But it did, thank goodness. There's no reason for it. So, Patrick Swayze Roadhouse, pay up or boom. Yep. Boom, bomb. And again, people like Patrick Swayze, injustice weighs heavy on good people.
Dragon Sage, we're hermits too.
We are. Colleen,
We're a
Colleen,
weird combination because we're like hermits, but yet we like to be with you guys at the same time, and it's weird.
yeah, but we like being hermits. We like being alone and in silence. So yeah. And Colleen is really so amazing with me, especially I would say over the last year and a half. I've barely even left our area here because when we need something, either the boys, Justin, Aaron, and of course Eugene have been helping us with that, or Colleen and Sinead are doing it. And I used to do it all the time, and it usurps an enormous amount of time. And it's not easy because every time you go out, you're going back out into carnality again, right? So,
Which is where our minds go when we watch things on TV and listen to things on the internet, or when the carnality of the world just grabs you and pulls you back in, and it's just no matter where you go, it can affect you. So that's what we're going to talk about tonight. Shows that
don't affect you negatively and fill you up with God's wisdom, fill you up with strength because they offer the message of hope through truth. So you can't give hope to people through lies. That just confuses. That's what the mainstream does. That's what the New York Times bestseller list does. Who's barking? Is that Loli? It's probably sounds like Loli. If you ask her, she'll stop. Angel Pie. Sorry about that, everyone. And a couple of people said that we look like we've already done a show today. We haven't. It's just the nature when you look after 70 animals. There's a lot of work that needs to be done every single day. So for a 5 o'clock start, and we wanted to do it at 5 for all of our British and European friends and family, and also it's a great start time for Debbie and Christy and all of our wonderful friends in Australia and New Zealand. It's a great start time. It's not the easiest start time for us is 5 o'clock, but we're trying to be respectful of everyone and with all the time zones. This is good.
And it's day one, Sunday.
Yeah, that's right. And again, as I was saying on the Friday night 107.1 FM, 107.1 FM show on Friday night, we have to embed the truth in our day-to-day machinations, like the calendar or the days of the week. And so we do have to change from Sunday, S-U-N, to S-O-N, and because it's all about being Christ-like. It is all about being Christ-like, because then you'll get to God on the seventh day, which is the Sabbath or Sabbath. Sabbath is 7. Sabbath is 7. Seventh day is Saturday, which is Saturn day. And that's why alchemically, Saturn is even higher than Jupiter. Jupiter is just pure blue, pure Tiffany blue. Jupiter is just pure good. But Saturn is even higher because that's us, the child on the journey. And that's why Jesus says, you will do greater things than I. If you can get higher than Jupiter, you've accomplished something. And so when we apply this metaphysically, then we go physically from Jupiter, third ventricle of the brain, sixth in-body chakra, which is the third eye chakra, which is ruled by the pineal gland. And then we wear the crown, and that's Saturn. And you have to just wear the right crown. Sauron wore the wrong crown. He wore the Kronos crown, which is Satan crown. And we wear the Christed crown because all of us are. We're all the children. We're all of this Christ. We're all of this Jesus strand, this Jesus bloodline. There's a more specific, direct passage to it, but we're all part of it because all of us hail from Seth, brother of Abel. So we're already willing and able to do what's right, and that's what we're going to continue to do, day in and day out. How many people here today saw the wonderful little Christ Mass Christmas video that we put up today? Isn't that beautiful? That's almost 4 hours of just gorgeous. And now all the songs are all relating in celebration to the miracle birth of Christ. And that's what this Christ Mass, Christmas, December 25th is all about, okay? So the physical Jesus of the earth, of the Holy Land, may very well have, some say a September 11. It seems much more astrologically perfect if it was September 22nd. It would make perfect sense. September 22nd may very well be September 11, which is why they defile it. It's why they defile the number 13. It's why 13 is always just so bad. And that's why their covens, warlock and witch covens, always are designed to have 13 in them. Not because 13 is a bad number or bad things happen with it. They're just always attempting to defile the basis of Christ our Lord.
Always trying to turn everything that's good to dark.
That's right. Exactly. So, yeah. So just going back there just for a sec, it's really important that we sort of recognize the significance of these things. So December 25th, because of what's happening in the night sky. Just because it's happening in the night sky doesn't mean that this is, some evil thing of Satan. No, God created the night sky. God created astrology. Astrology is the blackboard. It's the teaching tool. That's why all learning boards initially were black with white chalk for the stars and black background for the night sky. And that's how God taught us, is through the creation of the night sky. It's a message. Let the stars be for messages. Have you read Genesis? Have you read Genesis? It consistently tells you, let the stars and the planets, the plane on the T's, be for signs. And they are. And of course, they're confluences as well, and therefore their energy, their pinpoints of energy. So you can look at the night sky as like a chi as well, and that they're all energy centers. And so as it moves and as the sun moves in relation to that, then different energies are constantly playing out and affecting us, both positively and negatively. So the more that we learn, especially about ourselves, about that snapshot that occurs that on our born day, then the more that we can know about this passage of energy above us, because everything as above, so below, as within, so without, as with the universe, so with the soul. There's a duality to all of this creation here. So it's all very, very, very important. So that's the significance of, and don't let anyone tell you that December 25th is bad or it's fake or it's false. No. It's perfect because it is the passage of the journey of man. And everything astrologically comes to this point on December 21st. And then we have a choice to make, because 21, as I said, is always the answer, because 2 and 1, God and mother, plus child, 2 plus 1 always equals 3, which is the Trinity, which is the end of the story. That's Z in the alphabet. 1, 2, 3. Father, child, mother. It's all about 3. So 21 marks the end. 22 always marks the beginning. And this was the miracle birth. So this is 3 days and 3 nights. So 22, 23, and 24. And by the way, if you take, and the mean, the middle, the Mary, the magnetism of 22, 23, 24 is 23. So it's like 3 23s. 3 23s, 69. 6-9, Cancer. Crab, balance, harmony. 12 o'clock, 1 plus 2 equals 3. 12 o'clock on the astrological sky clock time dial is top of the clock at 12 is Cancer, because that's where you have to get to. Look on the background here. I'll put my thumb. There it is. My thumb's pointing right to it. There's Cancer, the crab. You see the crab, and there's 69. And that's at 12 o'clock on the sky clock. And what comes next? You don't pass go and collect $200 unless you first get to the balance between the masculine and the feminine, the left and the right, the red shift and the blue shift, the up and the below, the in and the out, the yin and the yang, electricity and magnetism. You don't get to go to these places unless you first achieve this balance, 6 and 9. And then what's 1 o'clock? 1 for God. So 1 o'clock, Leo. 2 o'clock, Virgo. A is 1, A is Alpha, and 1 is God. B is 2. 2 is Mary. B is Mary. And that's the Virgin Mother, Mary, Virgo. And 3 on the level, at 3 o'clock on the level, is born free, as free as the wind blows. Libra, Libra, because we're born free of the father and the mother, which is why you must have understanding and overstanding with anybody else in society, never understanding, because the only thing that we stand under is God and Mother Mary. They're our parents. They're the real rents of the eternal plane. So they're our real father and mother. They are. And so they're the only ones we stand under. Every other man is made with the same stardust as you and I are made from. There's no man that's better than you. None. There's no woman that's better than you. None. Some achieve more because they are enlightened. Get off your ass and learn.
Different levels of understanding, different levels of frequencies that we're on at different times of our lives, because we're going through a process. Each person is going through a journey and a process, and it's an individual thing. So, but we're not here to judge anybody on their, although we tend to, don't we all sometimes, we judge each other, but
somebody has to be a taskmaster in this thing, and it is me. It is me. And at the end of the day, if you hate me for it, I don't really mind at all, because it's well worth it.
Yeah, he inspires us to be better. When we know better, we do better. But so yeah, we're not here to judge anybody, but sometimes it does happen. And this whole journey is it's a beautiful sharing with each other, but it can be really challenging because not everybody's on the same level or at the same frequency all the time. And so when we're with our level of gnosis, when we talk to somebody else and they have a different level of gnosis, it becomes really challenging because we're not understanding what the other is really saying. And then we can feel like we're alone and separate and really lonely. And I've seen a few people in the chat, and I completely get it, because there are moments that we all feel that way. When we can't connect with those we love, and when we can't connect with the people that are in our family or the world out there, it can be really challenging. But that's what all the tools that we're trying to give, that we've discovered that work for us in this trying to figure life out and sharing them with you. So this is going to be a fun night, because we get to share all of the discoveries we've made with music, with television, television.
Yep. Movies, television, music, so albums, and of course books. Yeah. It's the written word. And when it's spoken truly, it's such a beautiful thing, and it inspires. So,
and if you feel like you've got something that you want to put down on the chat, please share with us, and we'll and everyone can notice that as well. That would be great.
Yeah, we'll go through those things again. So just to complete my thought, what I was saying earlier about this, the born day Christ Mass of Jesus, and why December 25th is so beautiful, it is because of what happens above us in the night sky. So it's God's creation, and it's very, very important. And this mastering of stillness and silence, which is the fasting of taking thought and food for 3 days and 3 nights, which is so essential. December 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. And again, the average of those 3 days is 23. 3 23s is 69, which is balance, which is electricity, which is God. God is stillness, and perfect balance, which is electricity. Mother Mary is constant motion, movement. She's magnetism. And we are the electrical child that constantly falls and skins our knees. But why do we fall? So that we learn to get back up. And you learn to get back up through the mother. It's the only way. It's the one story. That's why there's one story. It's the only way. And that's why Mary had a little lamb, and his fleece was white as snow. When we hang out with the mother in virtue, then we're going to rise. And when you rise, you're going to find God. And that's all that Jesus Christ wants for you.
And this is where we want to be, because it feels so good to be there.
To be high, to be naturally high. Rocky Mountain High, that's what Bob Denver was singing about, is that high that you get. And you all know it. Virtually everybody that's here knows the feeling that you get when you are in absolute alignment with God. And that's what brings us together. And that's why these shows that we do are also so great and special, because you're divining your divinity to us via frequency. We're receiving it. We're doing better than we probably could do without you. And together we're just making pure magic. These Friday nights, these first two Friday night shows are pure magic. And it's so wonderful to get Sandra back with the white Knights of Middle Earth on Thursdays, because that's just pure magic as well. So, but yeah, those shows on Friday night, Colin and I with Eugene, with then the boys, and then
Sometimes Justin, -48, and Aaron pop on, and
that's
that's
right.
wonderful.
Yeah. And then Mike Penny jumping in. It would be really nice for ML. And we're going to reach out. So if there's people in the chat here that have contact with Mike and ML, you can maybe make the first overture, which is that what we'd like to do is just have the two of them, nobody else, just the two of them on a show with Colleen and I. We'll host and just give them a nice, calm, relaxing platform where they can talk and share lots about their feelings, thoughts, and emotions about everything that's happening and will happen. So so we like to do that as well. But there's just a really, really good energy when we're all together. And again, that's so much because of you. And this is all a miracle, because we've all been searching desperately for this, and you can't find it because what they create out there is shit. And then out of the darkness comes a little bit of the light. And that's what the show tonight is that where are these points of light that have been shining in the face of great evil, and therefore they have to be encoded. They are. Some are more obvious to see than others, and others are much more deeply encoded because they're telling much more. But they're all so special, and we won't be able to touch on all of them tonight, but we're going to point you in a direction so that when we finish the show tonight, what's going to happen is that you're going to be able to move forward with an army of friends, an army of righteousness, beautiful, and brilliance, marching alongside with you. And they all will become, they're just like for Colleen and I, they're all our friends. They're all of our family. All of these people that help to create these shows are our friends and are our family. And they truly are. And you just have to shove away all the crap. And if that means your born family members, then that's what has to happen. And listen to me when I tell you this. Jesus taught you this in the Bible, in the New Testament, through his actions and his words. He taught you this. This is what God wants more than anything else. You're here for one purpose. And that is, as I just did in the new Boston video, peace of mind. That's what I said. You're here for one purpose, and that is to create peace of mind. Balance. Balance is everything. It's why you're here. So how everything in nature works is seeking balance, because it's a clue for you. And that's why these goodly ones like Edgar Allan Poe and Agatha Christie and Arthur Conan Doyle were all teaching you to put on your sleuth caps and deduce out of that frontal lobe. Frontal lobe is the divine part of our brain. It truly is. And so, but you have to be able to have the eyes open to be able to see the messages. So realize, because your real eyes are on. And when you're on, this is the significance of the Christmas tree, because you are the tree of life. Your spine and that pneumogastric nerve, the vagus nerve, together, they make up the tree of life. That's what it literally looks like. It literally looks like that inside of you. If you could see it, is that your spine is the trunk of the tree, and the pneumogastric nerve fleshes out, especially in your lungs, in your chest, and creates two perfect hemispheres like a tree does. And this is the tree of life within you. And you have to become the Christmas tree. That's why Colleen and I say and want everyone to start working. We'll just wait till Nassara and Jasara, but we want everyone just to start working on decorating your home for Christ Mass every single day of the year, because every day is Christ Mass when you're with God.
We haven't yet, but I'm excited.
Yes.
To do that.
Yeah.
My keyboard doesn't work on this other computer that I'm trying to type on. My M and my J and things aren't working, and that's just having some technical issues here.
Maybe it's not flat, sweetie, because there's that. Yeah. That might help. So if you move
No.
little pampered Kelly.
No, it doesn't work.
That's pretty
Sorry.
weird.
No, yeah. Anyway, go ahead.
Okay, so that's important stuff. So now, also about Jesus, and this is Jesus of the earth. So this would be Joshua, Jeheshua. Joshua 74, Jesus 74, Jeheshua 77, Christ 77. Joshua, Jeheshua of the Holy Land of Palestine. Is this life, earth, flesh, Jesus Christ. And so if he is born on September 22nd, again, the Jesus and Michael are hinting at that it might be September 11th. Either's fine, but September 22nd makes so much sense because it's the beginning, always through the womb or the vagina of the mother, and the sacred masculine master number of the feminine is 22, and that's where everything, all life comes through the sacred feminine. Virgo, which is 2, and it's 22, so it would make perfect sense. Now, a baby gestates within a mother for 9 months. And
Isn't that crazy?
if you go forward, and this makes perfect sense, if you go forward from the eve of the 22nd, which would be the 21st, so Mary would be in labor with Jesus on September 21st, and then at the first moment of September 22nd, then Jesus comes through the womb and then graces earth with his heavenly presence. And that would be the 22nd. If you go 9 months ahead, where does that take you? Quickly do the math. 3 months takes you to the winter solstice. 6 months takes you to Aries, Arise, and the Passover. And then 3 months more, 9 months takes you to Most High, June 22nd. And what is the passage? What is the biggest, most important, and the most recognized passage in the entire Bible? Would be Matthew 6:22. If thine eye be single, thy whole body shall fill with light. And that is the significance of Jesus Christ. He got to heaven. He sits with God at the right-hand side, which is inside of you, at the right-hand side of God in heaven, because he did the work to raise the chrism, Christ essential fluid, to here, to the third ventricle, illuminating the pineal gland, activating the optic thalamus, the light of the world, rolling the fornix back, creating the alchemical marriage between the father and the mother in the chamber of the bridegroom. The B ride, mother, B, to Mary, mother, magnetism, the B ride, scalar wave rising, to the G room, bride and groom, B and G, the B ride, mother, to the G room, God room.
Truth in plain sight, right?
It's
I mean,
incredible.
bride, the B ride to the G room, the groom, like it just blows your mind. So should we get to this?
Yeah.
Beautiful.
But this is the one story, and this is what everybody's encoding in everything we're going to share with you tonight. Everything is being coded through this one story. So however, and remember, that's why we did the video. I guess I did that one by myself, but that was the ancient story of Jesus Christ, because there is the foreshadowing of Christ in the night sky. And that is the one story. That's what the night sky teaches you. That's why there's a sun that goes through the center of 12 different constellations to teach you the one story. And that's why that there is a sky clock with Cancer 69 at 12 o'clock, Leo at 1 o'clock, Virgo at 2 o'clock, which is your Sphinx, by the way, the Sphinx. And then the whole idea of the pyramid is to activate the pineal gland, which would be 1, 2, 3. Libra is 3, which is the child-born tree. So see, you get it? The Great Pyramids at Cheops are completely astrological, and they're showing you Leo, Virgo, Libra, because the king and the queen, Leo and Virgo, go into the king and queen's chamber, which are the same size and the same location of the pineal gland and the pituitary gland in relation to the brain, exact, but these ancient people are idiots. We don't have no idea how to make the pyramids, let alone make the locations and the sizes perfect to the location and sizes in relation to our brain with the pineal gland and pituitary gland. And what the king and the queen do within the Great Pyramid at Cheops is they create 6 and 9, and that creates energy, the scalar wave rising, which illuminates the capstone, the Christ stone. And then that's what the pyramids are for. So the pyramids, that's why the Sphinx is there at the front of the Great Pyramid at Cheops, because that's the tail of Leo, father 1, through the face, the front of the mother Virgo 2, to go on this journey to then rise within the pyramid to illuminate the capstone 3. 1, 2, 3. It's easy as A, B, C. I'm talking about Do, Re, and me. Baby, you and me. And that's what it is. Baby, Baba, father, you, female she, mother, and me, Christ. So it's all about the one story. Okay. Now, let's jump into categories, I guess. And oh, I had everything prepared and the power went out. So all of my little screens go away. I apologize for this. I will have this back up in just a sec here. Crazy little power outages. Bob, did you want to share something, Ange?
It's just really hard to be on the chat and on the video at the same time. I'm doing my best, but
Okay.
my keyboard doesn't work, so I have to use my phone, and then I feel like I'm not paying attention. So yeah, we're getting into it right now. All you beautiful people, I am so happy that you could all join us tonight. There's people all over the place and some new names and people that I've not seen before. So welcome and thank you for coming. I hope you find this informative and fun. Charlie always drops so many teaching moments, and for those that are new, it can be a little overwhelming sometimes because it doesn't always maybe have the fullness of the teaching, but yeah, just have to go back and watch some of the old videos and that we've got lots and lots of beautiful notes out there that we've been sharing. So hopefully you can do that and get up to speed with the gnosis that we've been sharing.
Okay, so thank you for that, Colleen. Colleen's always looking for more and more opportunities to be able to share. And when I have these down moments, Eugene and her and Justin, they all go silent. And then the rest of the time, they're like, give me more opportunities to say stuff. And it's like, when I do, the cat's got your tongue. So funny how that works.
We need more practice.
So let's start with literary. And one of the authors that I wanted to start with is Alexander Dumas. And so I mean, and Colleen wanted to say, and I think, and she's absolutely right for saying this. So let's just start. These creations are from the hands of man, okay? So man is not perfect, especially in this fallen form, in the duality of this materialistic plane. And
because God's gnosis comes through our filter, and we're not, we can be quite distorted at times.
And the sun rises and sets every day. And that's an allegory for goodness and evil within you. They can both rise and they can both set. Goodness can rise in you and it can set. And if it sets, then evil can take rise in you. So when we go through this and we're talking about these creations, it's more so that the creations in that moment are pristine and divine. And as much as anything, you fall in love with the moment. And of course, we're mankind and womankind. So we want to love and deeply care about the people who created these inspired works. These are all blessed, inspired works that are teaching massive gnosis. But it's difficult to live for 100 years and to be righteous all the time when we live in a world of temptation. And then temptation works that if you're not completely 100% with God, then temptation exists. When you're with God, there's no such thing as temptation. You laugh at anyone who attempts to tempt you, right? So go back. We're going to talk tonight about Ayn Rand and Atlas Shrugged and who is John Galt. Remember, in the third book, when John Galt is tempted by the system, they're going, everybody wants you, so we want you, and then everybody can have you, but through us. So we'll give you whatever you want. And you can have this and this and this. And John Galt starts to laugh. And then they're going, this is all right. This is good. He likes this. Yeah, you can have anything you want. And he's just going, you're pathetic. You're pathetic. This job should not exist. No one should have this kind of power. I'm laughing at you, not with you, because you don't see. Your eyes are completely shut. And that's why you're at a complete disconnect with the people out there that are screaming for help, for support. And my eyes are open, and I'm here to offer them something
because
better.
We're going to the 90%, and
Yeah.
someone's offering you 10%, and you're just going, no.
Yeah.
No, I'll stay with the 90% God versus the 10% left side that's upside down. It's like it's a no-brainer once you get to the right side, or you can see across the division, you can see the grass is greener on the right side than it is on the left.
Yeah,
So-
door number one, door number two. What was that TV game show with?
Price is Right.
No, not The Price is Right. That the guy who did, what's behind door number one, door number two, and that was
Yeah,
Monty,
right.
and that was Monty Hall. Monty Hall, Canadian from the Hall Illuminati family. Don't know right or wrong.
Wasn't it Price is Right?
I don't
You guys tell me.
No, because that Price is Right is you have to guess the prices of things. That was that Bob guy, Bob Barker guy. But Monty Hall was
Let's Make a Deal.
Let's Make a Deal. There you go. So Let's Make a Deal,
I feel
Monty
old
Hall.
now.
And so with Monty Hall and Let's Make a Deal, it was door one, door two, or door three. And
Yeah, everybody's like, let's make a deal.
okay,
Yeah, thanks,
fantastic.
guys.
Yeah. And so here you have from the Freemason family, the Hall family, Monty Hall, making people dress up like jackasses, literally, to be able to win worthless, stupid, materialistic prizes. And then it's door number one or door number two. And you could have more behind door number two, or you could get nothing behind door number two. And they're just making fun of you because it's the game of life when you play their system, and it truly is. So just remember that. Now, with everyone that we're going to mention, you can't be, it's very difficult unless you do the work to raise Jesus Christ within you, and then you raise that chrism oil, you create the light that shines within you, and then you no longer suffer from temptation. But if you don't do this, then you're going to rise and you're going to fall. So it's just dangerous when we go through this list tonight to just say that everyone was perfect all the time. We want them to be, but the chances are that they're probably not, okay? And we just have to recognize that that's the way it is. And secondly, these demons, the Cabal, the Phoenicians, they know this. And the Jesuits who ran these various industries, like books and like the music industry and the film industry and television, they controlled it, the Jesuits, and they knew this. And that's why they put nothing but temptation in the faces of of these people that could be admired for what they do. So, and that's the same thing with sports stars. Why so much money? Because then you can own them. Why so much money for these celebrities and stuff? Because then you can own them. This is what is important. So when the music industry kicked off, suddenly out of nowhere, there was this institution known as groupies. Well, how did that just happen? It didn't naturally happen. You think that
Well,
girls,
part of the Tavistock
it is.
program, if anybody has done any research on the Tavistock Institute,
When
part of their agenda was to create these fans, these
For the Beatles.
out of control fans, and so it would steer the narrative towards these certain, you know, groups that were created to change our culture and our narrative and our entire programming, and it worked. It worked. So that's what the Tavistock industry was all about as well.
It absolutely did. And again, they started with the Beatles and the Stones as well. And that when you see that stuff in the beginning, those girls were paid. These were paid. They're paid. This isn't my opinion. This is the truth. And then when you see this,
Ultras.
for sure. And then that's right. Some were weaponized, is what Colleen is saying. Some were weaponized, the ones that were absolutely insane.
That's a good clarification, because we're all MK Ultra to a certain level. So they were weaponized.
Yeah. So so it's fake.
Which is really an interesting concept, the weaponization of us humans against each other, which we're all encountering right now as we are being pitted against our family members, those we love, who are more asleep than we've been. And that's a level of weaponization that destroys families, it destroys cultures, it destroys our chances. It would have destroyed our chances of flipping from dark to light had the Q team and Trump and all of those beautiful people that have gathered together behind the scenes to change this. We were definitely weaponized against each other, don't you feel? It was just like, wow.
Of course.
And we're still feeling all of that, aren't we?
Yeah, absolutely. So once again, just to complete this, and then we're going to dive into the show in earnest, is simply this, that again, you celebrate these moments of clarity and brilliance, and it's dangerous to elevate the individuals. We'll give you our thoughts on each one, on everyone. And some are easier to see and some are not. Some are convoluted. But we'll speak to that. But they tempted them. They went after all of these creative. Remember, the left brain monsters that are the Cabal, that are the Phoenicians, that are the Jesuits, they don't create. They don't create. And so they intuitively, instinctively, they hate those that do create out of the right brain. So it's left brain, right brain. It's always left brain, right brain. And they attack them. And they attack through temptation, because the greater the fall is through, the more powerful the fall is always when it is through the self falling. When you fall yourself into temptation, then the guilt that you lay at your own doorstep is far worse than what anybody else could do for you. So that's why they use temptation. And so not all of these people were perfect the whole way through. It's very, very difficult. And to God is perfect. Christ was perfect as he completed his journey. And that's why we have to go on this journey. And that's why Sunday, Christ Day, needs to be the first day of the week, because we must rise with Christ. Bilbo, we must rise through Christ to be able to get to heaven. And heaven upon earth is the 6 and the 9 in balance. It is. It's all about balance. So we're going to start with Alexander Dumas, one of my absolute favorite novelists growing up as a kid. These stories are just genius. And as I became wiser and wiser through reading these stories, what you learn is that they're allegories, they're literal representations, they're metaphors, and that they mean characters and their names and the numbers that are associated with them and what they do. that is that they're all painting a picture. They're all creating. You just hit your keyboard and it just went crazy. So um, so uh, so everything is encoded, deeply encoded, and it's purely magical. And so, you know, you go back and you look at some of the earlier works from Alexander Dumas, and Othon the Archer is entirely about Sagittarius and needing to become virtuous so that your aim will be true. And Captain Paul is the one story, and going on this journey to achieve righteousness in the path of nothing but distractions and temptation that constantly make us fall, and eventually we get it right. And the duality of Countess of the Salisbury, and this is again the virtuous Mother Mary or the Babylon whore. So it's all being encoded in here. But the Count of Monte Cristo and the Three Musketeers are easily two of the greatest creations that ever have been in any form. They're pure art. So this is a sculpture. These are sculptures. These are paintings. These are songs. They literally are. They fit into all formats. These really great virtuous forms of artistic creation. And so now, and again, we don't have time to go into everybody's story tonight, but really quickly, Illuminati, likely strong Illuminati roots, likely Illuminati father who had a tryst with a woman in
Not
in
important.
the Caribbean. I can't remember which of the islands in particular, but so he had a white Parisian father and he had a black mother, and he was given by his father. He was given the opportunity to have a classical education, and he learned and he learned and he learned and he learned. But the thing is that there are some of these people who create the truth in plain sight to rub it in your face. And it's relatively easy to see. They put it there to rub in your face. But there are those that put it there lovingly, hoping that you'll be able to decode it, hoping that you'll be able to see the message, and hoping that you will rise. And I can guarantee you there's no other way. I've done the work on all of these beautiful souls. And with Alexander Dumas, he wanted you to rise. He wanted you to wake up. He didn't do this to put the truth in your face and laugh at you. He was creating these incredible allegorical stories to move you into action, to be like Edmond Dantes, to learn from this real priest, this real man of God, and then to go about doing the work. And Dante's is a classic story, is that his whole life had been pain from the system and betrayal all around him, so that when he finally won the prize, when he had finally gained, what you're supposed to try to be able to have within this butcher system, he couldn't get past retribution. And if you can't get past the retribution, then you've fallen and you're right back in.
It's a trap.
You're in your prison again.
Yeah, it's a distraction from hopping onto the beautiful right side and having that 90%, because you're stuck in that carnality. It can trap you, that vindictiveness.
Absolutely. And so it's a different prison cell. It's a nicer looking prison cell, but it's still a prison cell. And that's what Dantes had to discover, is that, and at a certain point through his plan, it was easy for his best friend and servant to be able to say, you've won. This game is so over, and you can't see this because you're lost in a sea of self-pity and anger. And it's no longer righteous anger. It's wrongful anger.
What a beautiful lesson. And for all of us at this moment, for us to be learning this, rewatch this movie or read the book again, because it's got a powerful message, and it's really important for us, because if we were to stay stuck in any moment, even just being angry with those who have ostracized us in our families and the out there. We really tend to, we get stuck, and we don't want to do that. So it's important to have a level of forgiveness and move forward and allow that to move and pass through you, as Dantes learned to do. It's a beautiful story. And it always struck me that people always say that Trump's favorite quote of the section of the Bible is the story of the eye for an eye.
Yeah, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Yeah. So this
Right.
is retribution.
But don't get stuck there.
But no, that's right, because then it's a pit and you fall again, and it's a trap. So righteous anger is righteous, but it only lasts for a moment. That's the thing about righteous anger that makes it righteous, is that you let out what needs to be let out. But when you hold on to this, that's not righteous. That's not righteous. That whether you realize it or not, it's your ego and it's self-pity.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what Edmond Dantes was. He kept pitying himself for what he had been through. And then in plain sight, the story was showing him that Mercedes in French is Mary, and she always liked to wear white. She's a representation of the Virgin Mother, but he can only see her as the Babylon whore because of what she did to him, not realizing commonsensically that everything she did was for their child, because there are sick laws in a sick society ruled by sick men that rule over women. And so Mercedes cleverly did what she had to do. And he was so blinded by his self-pity, by his ego, that he couldn't see this. And that's the ultimate lesson in
so one of our highest recommendations
is Alexander Dumas, his writings, and the Count de Monte Cristo.
And there's two versions, right? There's an original movie.
Well, for the movie, obviously the books are always best, but for the movie, there is an original movie, and then of course with the remake, you have Jim Caviezel. And isn't it interesting that Jim Caviezel plays Edmond Dantes? He plays, which is Edmond Dantes, and he plays Jesus Christ in The Passion of the Christ. And then he plays that really incredible role in Frequency with Dennis Quaid. And it was really interesting. I saw an interview with Jim Caviezel, and I saw this a few weeks ago. And the person was asking him, what are the roles that are most memorable to you, or the ones that you feel most proud of? And he right away mentioned three. And that was Edmond Dantes in The Count of Monte Cristo. He felt very blessed. And then he talked about how he almost died in Mel Gibson's The Passion of the Christ, but that it was just divine that he took that role, and how he beautifully says that Jesus Christ played him. He didn't play Jesus Christ. And then he also mentioned Frequency. And those are three films we're going to talk about tonight, along with Jim Caviezel, and that are very important as well. So the other book that I want to highly recommend is The Three Musketeers. And of course, in The Three Musketeers, you find that there's the fourth musketeer, and D'Artagnan, who is a catalyst. D'Artagnan is a piece of lead that gets added to an acidic batch that is the catalyst and creates a chemical reaction that gets them moving again. And that the ultimate allegory of the Three Musketeers is that righteousness can take a holiday as well. And that with Athos, Porthos, and Aramis, they had been told that they were old news, that they felt like they were not needed anymore. And that, of course, is because
that triggers your ego.
That's right. Yeah, pity, self-pity once again. Obviously, Dumas was well aware of the ego and the danger of self-pity and wallowing. And so that is why the character of D'Artagnan comes into this, and he gets them started again. He kickstarts.
Breath of fresh air.
Breath of fresh air. That's right.
So very wonderful story.
And D'Artagnan is continued in the novelette 20 years after, and and also appears in the Vicomte of Bragelonne, and 10 years later. So in those two novelettes, then you can learn more about D'Artagnan as well. And again, what you just see is Sagittarius, and this is the purity of the archer, truth, with the keen eye, truth, and his aim is always true. And that is so, when you read it or when you watch, and the one that we would recommend is a German company, and the people who were involved with the making of the Three Musketeers, this is about 10 years ago now. And it starred Orlando Bloom, Legolas from The Lord of the Rings. Orlando Bloom played the
D'Artagnan.
no, he played the British Viscount Duke. Well, isn't it Wellington?
Right.
And I'm just trying to think of some of the other actors, but that one is about 10 years old, and the company that produced it, the money that came through to make this movie came through Germany, and these are the same people that were tied to V for Vendetta. And they did a wonderful job. It is a very, very loyal rendition of the books, and the heart of the story as well. And so highly recommend it as well. So Alexander Dumas, and again, the Count of Monte Cristo, and the Three Musketeers. These are absolute masterpieces. They are, and you'll read them again and again and again, and you'll watch those movies again and again and again, just to be able to bask in the glory of these alchemical, godly, Christ-like creations. And what they do is that it's raising Christ within you. It's raising that light within you. It's raising your whiteness and your purity, your essence, your four rivers of the Garden of Eden within you. You're rising when you watch this stuff. Stop watching the crap. Get rid of it. Get rid of the contrast. And that's what we're going to do, is just give you a huge reservoir to go through, and you surround your stuff with this, and that's all you let in. You do not let anything else in. And if even family members don't want to observe your rules, that your home is your heart, and wherever your heart goes, that's where your home goes, and that the key to your heart is truth and kindness. And if they don't want to observe that, then they don't get in. So, and we have to be this way. We absolutely do. We absolutely have to be this way. Colleen wants me to put the chat back up. Sorry, Angel. And yeah, so that's what we're going to do, and that's a great start. And remember, Jim Caviezel, he was just talking about how blessed he was to be able to play Jesus Christ in the Last Passion of Christ and Edmond Dantes in the Count of Monte Cristo. Incredible that energy and that God intervention would see that Jim Caviezel, Jim Caviezel. And how old was Jim Caviezel when he took the role to undertake? Oh, wonderful. Okay. Are you able to do that call? Mikola is just asking if to send a link here. So we'll get to that in just a sec. So yeah, really wonderful. And Jim Caviezel was 33. Jim Caviezel was 33 when he starred in and made Mel Gibson's The Passion of the Christ. Incredible, 33, because that is the journey. That's the journey up your spine, your physical, to go to the metaphysical, to go to heaven on earth, which is where God exists within you in your mercy seat, which is what the Old Testament teaches you. And that's why Genesis, and in particular Exodus, is so important, because you bring Moses into the story and all of the connection between God and Moses, and God is making it so clear. Moses is like, I can hear you. Where are you? And I'm right behind you. I'm right behind you in the mercy seat, and I'll explain it. It's in your head. So.
Yeah, someone's mentioning about Justin's link tree in the description. We have carpenters.
Oh, they're still working.
And on Linktree, on Justin's Linktree, in the description of the videos we do with him, we have almost all of the stuff that we've been talking about listed for, well, a lot of, maybe not so much the music, but lots of movies and books.
Yeah, and so anything that's not there, we'll make sure that as Justin has time, that he gets it.
We'll
And Justin's done an
update it
amazing.
as we
Yeah,
can.
he's done an amazing job. Okay, so obviously J.R.R. Tolkien and the entire world of Middle Earth, we always recommend that you read The Hobbit first, and not because it's innocent and the easiest and the children's story. No, because it's the purest of the alchemical tale, the one story, Thor and Oakenshield, and that the catalyst, D'Artagnan, is Bilbo Baggins. Bilbo Baggins set fire, baptism of fire, to the dwarves to get off their ragged asses and to take back their home. To take back their home, which is that's why it's a journey there and back again. They were there and they fell, and now they have to bring it back again. So, and now the scene that we want to talk to you about tonight, it's genius. It's just pure genius. And this scene from The Hobbit is out of the frying pan and into the fire, which is the name of the chapter that follows Over Hill and Under Hill, which is where they're trying to get through the Misty Mountains, and they go into the cave for shelter one night after the stone giants, and they're taken prisoner by the goblins, who are the orcs, and they're taken down to Goblin Town. And that's your root or military chakra. Peter Jackson does an amazing job. That's why anyone who rails against Peter Jackson's The Hobbit trilogy, I don't know what they're smoking, seriously, but you better get off of it, because the Peter Jackson's Hobbit trilogy could be even better than The Lord of the Rings, which is virtually impossible because of the perfection that The Lord of the Rings really are. But it's just a perfect alchemical tale. By that point, Peter, Fran, and Philippa really did figure out that Tolkien was encoding everything into human physiology in the Bible. And they got this, and then they nailed it. And they nailed Thorin Oakenshield. And Richard Armitage, who played Thorin Oakenshield, nailed Thorin Oakenshield, because clearly he got it, or somebody told him that this is an alchemical tale, that this is the one story, and that you are Jesus Christ, that has to go through this incredible temptation, and you have to go through the crucifixion to be able to rise at the right-hand side of God in heaven. So the scene that we were referring to is they escape from the goblins, which is, the frying pan, and then they go right into the fire. And it's brilliant because they're being chased by the friends of the orcs or the goblins, which are the wolves or the wargs. And these huge wolves, wargs, are purely evil. And they're chasing down the hobbits, and they run to a point where the only thing left to defend themselves are these massive pine trees. And a pine tree is you. And a pine tree is a symbol of the passage to God. So they climb. And it's fire, it's ravenous wolves. So this is 9/11, right? This is 9/11 that forced so many of us included, to wake up, to powerfully wake up, and to start realizing that something is wrong. Something is very wrong.
They had to wait for that event. The Cabal had to wait to do that event because they knew it would also trigger many of us, but they had to have the news so tight that at that point it wouldn't matter how many of us were awoken by that event. So they knew exactly the moment they needed to do that, because they were so sure she wouldn't lose.
Brilliant call. That is brilliant, and so very true. They waited till 2001 because they felt they had the noose around our necks, and all they needed to do was tighten it. So, but they didn't, and they couldn't, because God always wins, and that our spirit of freedom is too strong inside of us. And some of us began to wake up. And again, everyone that's here, we are the heroes of the story. And there are others that are going to receive the bounty of the resurrection that's coming, but never lose sight of the fact that Robert and Dee Dee and Healing Frequencies and Elizabeth and Michael, Mike Penny, okay, okay, beautiful, and you know, people like Michael and Justin and Eugene, all of you, you are the heroes. You are the ones that laid the foundation for this miracle to occur. You know, and it really, truly is a miracle. And you're the heroes of this story. So you're writing your own incredible story. You really are, and you're making yourself the hero of your own story. So that's why we're saying to you, remember that, and don't stumble at the end of your incredible journey here, just because it isn't happening soon enough or fast enough for you. Patience is a virtue. Have the virtue of Christ within you, and you'll have that patience that will allow you to get through all of this, okay? So 9/11 is that catalytic fire, and that was the ravening wolves who were the wargs that chased the dwarves up these pine trees to God. And then what did Gandalf use as their last weapon as defense against these wargs to keep them from getting away from the trees, because they were not trying to knock them? Pine cones on fire.
So it's the crucifixion.
So that is your pineal gland. That is your activated pineal gland.
Yep.
And that's how you defeat evil, is through the pineal gland. So you see, there's no war that goes on. All you have to do is defeat your inner war that's preventing you from getting off your ass to be able to go on this journey. Bilbo Baggins is D'Artagnan. Bilbo Baggins is the piece of lead into the solution of acid that triggers and creates a chemical reaction, and the dwarves got off their asses and did something about the fact that they've been kicked out of their own home, and it's time to reclaim their home. And it just happens to be a dragon. So pine cones, Gandalf is throwing pine cones. That's your illuminated pineal gland. I mean, oh my God, it is amazing. And he calls the chapter out of the frying pan and into the fire. And that's the baptism of fire. And from there, you can only get higher, which is the Lonely Mountain. And there, Thorin had to go in, and he had to achieve the Arkenstone. But it was Bilbo who did it. And why? Because the smallest within us is capable of the greatest success, is capable of the greatest feat, which is to slay the dragon. The smallest of us can defeat our own ego. And that's the real enemy. And that's what the story
what they're
is.
saying is, when we've fallen, there is a eucatastrophe, and we can still make this into an amazing ending.
That's right.
We can win.
And then
with God's help.
With God, that's right. And that's the Lord of the Rings, because now the main character in the Lord of the Rings is Aragorn. And Aragorn needs to become the Return of the King, but you get by with a little help from your friends. And that's this God intervention, that the miracle with Aarongorn was the fact that he was surrounded with not a lot, but the right friends who were willing to give everything. Gandalf falling into hell, into Moria, and Gandalf was like his father. Gandalf was absolutely like Aragorn's father. And that's why those shots, those scenes in the movie where you see those three images that because Peter knew how important that moment was. When you see those three images to let me just quickly send this off here to Mike. So those scenes, it's just killing Aragorn, because essentially he was losing his father, because Aragorn lost his father when he was a year old. So he never really had a father. He had Elrond, but again, Elrond, as brilliant as Elrond was, he was also an obstacle because he had fallen in love with Arwen, and Elrond is saying, you're not marrying my daughter unless you are the king of two empires, two worlds into one. You have to become Jesus Christ. I will not let my daughter marry anybody else than Jesus Christ. is what Elrond said. And so this is what you see in the Lord of the Rings with Aragorn and Arwen, and everything coming to fruition is that you saw Lord and Lady Christ. And they together, they did. That's how Tolkien wrote it. Together, they ruled benignly over Middle Earth. And they had the right to do so because Aragorn was of that bloodline. And that's the same bloodline that Arwen was from as well. And that's the brilliance of the new Manorians. They had four bloodlines. They had the bloodline of men, the higher men. They had the bloodline of the elves within them. Then they had, of course, their Numenorian blood within them, but they also had the Maiar. And the Maiar are spirits that can take physical form, and that's Gandalf, and that's Sauron, and that's Saruman, and that's that level. And that level is right below the Valar.
There's 4 of the bloodlines.
That's right. Well, because they become this fourth pure bloodline through it.
And so that would mean that we're basically looking to create all 4 of those types of characters inside of us, right?
Which are the 4 rivers of Eden inside of you as well.
That's right. So activating all 4 of those different bloodlines inside of us creates the regenerated man, the golden man, the new Manorian, complete
Aragorn
living in both worlds at the same time.
Aragorn 74, Jesus 74. Aragorn 74, Jesus.
So when
74.
you watch these movies and read the books that we're recommending to you, and you do it with the gnosis that you have now, you're going to see, and you've probably seen all of these movies and books and stuff before, but when you look at them again and you review them with a completely new gnosis and a new mind, it's going to blow you away how much more information is going to come into you. It's going to be amazing. Hello, Mike. Wow.
Hi, Mike.
Good to see you.
Hi.
You look awesome.
I'm trying to make it full screen. Here we go. How are you? I got to tell you, I'm blown away with everything you're sharing. Thank you. And don't stop.
Well, please just jump in anytime and every time that you want to, because we want to hear your take on everything. But what we're just doing tonight is just arming people with an entire network of friends, an entire network of godliness that they can turn to, and they never ever have to go back to Netflix and go, I'm bored. What should we watch? I don't know. Netflix is recommending this one. No, they're just going to give you Satanism.
You could have craft dinner, or you could have a mango.
Yeah. That's awesome. We got things moved around to paint here and haven't quite got things fully set back up. But I tell you, I've read the books, or read through the books when my kids were teenagers. My oldest two were teenagers, to make sure they were okay for them to read.
Right.
And my son really took the ball and ran with it and connected on a level like y'all did. And he shared it with me. And it's very powerful.
It is. It is. How old is your son?
He's 24 now.
Wow.
He's 24 now. That was he was 15, 16 back then.
Oh, that's a powerful age to be connecting with that stuff. That's really great.
Yes.
Really great.
That is, and it's incredible. Now that's your son that drove you to Dallas, right?
Dallas. Yes, sir.
I mean, that's amazing that he was part of that, because that's something that he'll never ever forget. And I just have a feeling that night, August 2nd, is going to be one of these catalytic events, these catalyzing events.
September
2nd. November 2nd. So the night that Mike was doing just show after show over that 2 or 3 day period, and those were just magical. And so it's incredible that your son drove you there and was with you through that, because It's something that he's going to be able to remember his entire life, and basically say, when people ask, where were you? What were you doing during the Great War with Cabal? I was front and center. I was front and center. I was driving my dad into the belly of the beast to tell the truth, and to wake people up and to give people hope to continue on in the face of evil and danger.
Absolutely. And it not only will it be something that we tell for generations, but his generation now has links to it, as well. And it's going to be an amazing story. I mean, as it can unfold, just the stuff you're sharing about the books tonight and the movie, very, very huge. And there's a lot of peace to find in those pieces of work that God sent us. And Jim Caviezel, holy cow, man.
Jesus Christ and Edmond Dantes, holy smokes, you got to be doing something right to get those two roles.
That's right. I mean, it's the work of God and the miracles of God, and we're seeing all of them unfold right in front of us. It's so powerful. And then it's such a thing of beauty.
It is. And then there's Jim Caviezel on stage with 107 in Las Vegas, and he's giving, the speech of a lifetime, and he's one of us, and he's showing you that he's one of us, and he's confirming. So here you have one of the most famous, well thought of actors in the entire world that a lot of people look up to these actors. And here you have Jim Caviezel, and he's saying the trafficking of children is real, and it is the worst thing. It's all the horrible things that we know are going on. It's the worst thing that's going on in this world. That's Jim Caviezel. So you talk about a hero, a warrior, and writing your own story and your own epitaph. Jim Caviezel put himself at the same level of Edmond Dantes and Jesus Christ by what he's chosen to do. So like Mike said, you can see there are no coincidences, and God's not lazy. There are no accidents or coincidences with God. It's a story, it's a plan. He knows all, he created all, he did all. And Jim Caviezel's front and center with it because that's the way it's supposed to be. Incredible stuff.
It is very incredible, and it is me, and it probably most everybody that has that connection with God. It never ceases to amaze me, though, the amount of grace that he shared. Most people, we've only read about it, and a time where it's happening. And like I said, there's a network of us that you all want to connect to in peace, and we'll help peace. And the movie earlier was very powerful for me. I was listening to it. I knew from my son's experience about the books, but not at a level for which you shared just now.
Oh, your line is kind of breaking.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Are you on the moon?
Unfortunately, we missed virtually all of that because your signal just was really choppy and then just stopped.
It's so weird, right?
So if you can try and repeat that.
Give me just a second. I'll see what I can do.
Okay. Awesome. In the meantime, you can bring up another.
Yeah. So with the Lord of the Rings, again, you're just playing out another Christ character in Aarongorn, but again, what he's showing you is that we need help, and that's why there were 9 divine walkers of the fellowship, and then there were 9 black riders of Satan. So there were 9 divine walkers of God, and there were 9 black riders. And so what Tolkien is showing you is a battle between good and evil, purely good and purely evil. And this is why Boromir, part of the 9, had to go through, Judas had to go through this night of darkness. And like Aragorn says, after everything that he did cause, it ended up happening for the right reasons. It's what needed to happen. Aragorn could not go with Frodo and Sam to Mordor. Everything would have fallen apart in the West, and there would have been nothing to come home to. So what Boromir ended up doing needed to happen. And then for Boromir to admit to what he did to Aragorn, Aragorn says to him, no, you still are a champion. You still are on the right side of this because you told the truth, because you know that you did wrong. And now we just have to trust in God. And as horrific as it is that Frodo and Sam were flushed out of the righteous divine fellowship and into the arms of Gollum, they had to, because Gollum had a role to play in this. And the role that Gollum had to play is your ego. 1 minute on, the next minute off. 1 minute on, the next minute off. Gollum, Smeagol. And that's what you're seeing. And it was very, very necessary. Gollum led them into Mordor, where Frodo and Sam never with Aragorn, never with Legolas, never with Gimli, never would they have found a way into Mordor. The only way that they were going to get in is through Gollum. He was the key. Gollum had to play a role, and he was the key.
Which is our 10%. So you can't kill the 10%.
That's right.
Because it does have a part to play.
That's right.
But you certainly need to put it in its place. And thank you, Tony. Tony's saying that
Tony's
the videos and books are also on the resource page on freaksenseworld.com, which is our website. And Tony's beautifully put them on there. So there's our resource page on there. So join our website, freaksenseworld.com, and it's free membership. You do have to join, and it's an amazing platform where you can connect with people. Tony set it up in such a way that we can connect with each other, and we can use it as a form of, it's kind of like a Facebook thing, and it just has that ability that we can stay connected, and we can share a lot. So please do join. Mike, you're back.
Thank you, Tony. We love you, Tony.
Thank you, Tony.
Yes, I switched networks I was on. See if I got a more stable network.
Well, it's sounding good now.
Yeah.
Good. All right. I was just simply earlier saying thank you so much for sharing everything that you were sharing about the movies and stuff. And it warms my heart to know that there's a network like yours out there that people can find peace and where the Lord's love and grace is shared and is done properly with truth. That's what I was saying earlier.
Thank you so much, Mike, for sharing that. And what, in case you didn't hear it earlier, what we were saying to everyone at the beginning of the show is that it's difficult to vouch for even all of these creators because we're men and we're women and we're born into hell. And so temptation has been surrounding us from the moment we're born because they've lied to us from the moment that we're born. So it makes it so much easier to fall and to make mistakes and to not be virtuous because they've lied to us from the moment we're born. If we grew up with truth and then they attempted to attack us, we would be wearing that armor of God and we would resist them. And they know this because kids are righteous. Kids are righteous, not till the tormentuous ages of puberty that they begin to transition between heaven to hell. And it's too late for them at that point. That's why they have to get kids. That's why Disney was created. And that's why Disney is so evil. When you stop, freeze frame a lot of these scenes in Disney, you're seeing penises everywhere. You're seeing you're seeing the word sex. You're seeing so many disgusting things.
It's a brainwashing tool.
Because that's right. Because it is.
And their program and agenda was nefarious. So sorry to break everyone's bubble about Disney, but you really need to do some research and discover what it is that we've been watching, and it will horrify you. Yeah.
And all you would have to do is just look at who the group of friends. Now, I'm not kidding. Just look at the group of friends Walt Disney had, who he called friends and who he hung out with. These are not nice people. And if those are his friends, that man, you do not want having a free pass to your children. But that's what we did because we're busy. Our lives suck. And if there's a hockey game on, then the kids can watch a Disney video. And that's you on it.
But
it's not your fault
it
because
isn't
you've
our
been
fault.
lied to since you were born as well. But just know when we did that, that's literally us going, hey, Uncle Walt Disney, could you babysit our kids for the next 2 hours? Sure, I will. Sure, I will. And that's what we've been doing. I mean, it's sickening, but that's truth. It's incredible.
It's very incredible. I mean, I've done it myself, you know, and I'm glad we came to a time where I came to understand those things. Understand if you're going to do some research, guys, you don't have to dive all the way into it. It's like Charlie said, just check out a few names. You don't have to go see all the gore to understand that you've been lied to, and these aren't good people that have been sharing things with your kids at all. In fact, they've been snatching your kids up and doing ungodly things with them. And not only through the subliminal messages in the movie, but in their shows or their cartoons or whatever the case may be, but physically snatching your kids up and doing ungodly things with them, you know, and it's horrid. I mean, people that have seen some of those actual videos from Epstein Island and Finger Lakes and stuff, they can't unsee those things. So just be careful how deep you dive into that.
That's why the cue in the beginning says that, you know, it's going to be for those who want to see. You really, really want to be able to discern between, do I need to see this? Should I see this? Do I have to see this? Because for me, I don't need to see anymore. I do not need to see anymore. It's not good for me. I already know what's there. I did my research and it's as far as I need to go. I don't need to see any more pictures. I don't need to see any more. I know it's real. And now I move forward. So that's really important to find out what that level is for you. And don't force anybody else to do this either. It's a free will thing and they need to know that it's a choice.
Hey, listen, folks, and remember, Walt Disney was powerfully connected to NASA. Walt Disney, some of the earliest stuff that Disney Studios did were production pieces for NASA, trying to get kids hooked up into space. And this is why you have a dog named Pluto and all the rest of it. So Walt Disney is connected to all of these lies. Again, all of you that are still attempting to run away from the level Earth, you're running away from the truth. You've been lied to, and you're going to have to deal with this sooner or later. If it were true, you'd see an actual proof by now. You'd see an actual real image by now. Look at, if satellites were real and this globular spinning Earth was real, they would have a satellite dedicated just showing you the Earth constantly rotating nonstop. It would be the #1 watch channel. They could charge anything they wanted for that channel. And people would pay it to be able to see this constant brilliance of the Earth doing this. They don't because they can't, and they can't because there's no fourth wall. There's no fourth wall with NASA. They never went anywhere. And I think, and I'd love to hear Mike's thought on a couple of things here. But one is, I think that's why John Kennedy powerfully reached out to Khrushchev and the two space agencies to work together. And that was the mandate that Kennedy gave NASA, is that he said, by 65, I want both of these agencies to be one. You're going to be working in full transparency with both. And the reason I think he did that is because, of course, he and Khrushchev both knew there was no space and that this was only going to lead to a missing of dates, and then finally the great reveal, which is, you've been lied to. We've all been lied to, that there is no space, that there's a firmament, and that means there's a God. There's a plan, that there's an architectural genius that only a genius God could create. And it does. That's, people always say, what does it matter the shape of the Earth? Because it guarantees that God is real and that God is the architect of all things. He's the creator of all things. It's so important. Because when you believe in the spinning, wobbling, tilting, globular ball, you're believing in ball. Ball, B-A-L-L, is just a misspelling to them for B-A-A-L. That's their god. And the Phoenician god Baal is known for what? Two things. One, he's the deceiver. So he's a liar. And what is he known, Baal, what is he known to do? He turns the truth upside down. Don't we live in an upside down world? Isn't the truth today the exact opposite of what really is? That's Baal. And they tell you you live on a spinning ball. And we've just got it all wrong. And it's okay. It's okay. You just have to have the courage to admit it and start moving forward. And again, like I've shared with everyone from the beginning, it's better because it leads you to God. And then it leads you to what I've said to you all along, that you're the pinnacle of God's creation, that you're important, that you're not an accident of this BS evolution, a random, uncaring, unfeeling, unthinking universe where everything came out of nothing. No one's coming to replace you. If you don't exist, none of this exists, because this was created for you to get your shit together, to get things right. That's why you're here. So I wanted to get Mike's thoughts on that, if he agreed that's where Kennedy, Khrushchev were headed with the two agencies. And then the second one, Mike, is simply this. After 9/11, everything came out like a year after a year after a year after year. I think that's JFK Jr. I really do. I really think that JFK Jr. behind the scenes on this new internet was the one who was releasing all of these conspiracy theories. And just look at everything that came, chemtrails and climate manipulation, climate change, and then pedophilia, and then our food, and then level Earth, flat Earth. And I believe very, very strongly that the Q team, but probably through our JFK Jr., was probably the ones that every year, every couple of years, or however long, were releasing bomb after bomb after bomb. And they just got traction. And then this is where the internet, Google, had to create all of these algorithms to block you from finding all of this truth and finding one another. So I'll pass it over to Mike, and if Mike could speak to those two different things, the Kennedy, Khrushchev, NASA, and then JFK Jr. and 9/11.
I wasn't born when Kennedy became president, nor when he was assassinated, but shortly thereafter, a few years after. But you can look back and tell the travesty that occurred when he was assassinated throughout the whole country. That's when they knew they had their hooks in us and could start doing more advanced stuff. And that's also the reason why before he was assassinated, he connected with Khrushchev and those that were willing to create the transparency in the Space Force and divulge and divert the things that could have happened that have happened now. Like, no space travel and all the money laundering that's gone on through NASA, along with the kid and child trafficking, the horde. I can remember in school having to sit through the space shuttle blowing up in front of our very eyes. They played it on in every classroom. And that was a bad day, and that's that fear that they just continuously poured out into the fear machine and continue to gain more control over our minds and our will to allow more and more evil to come out into the world. And so I think that I wish he wasn't before his time, because he certainly had the connection to a higher power, and that being God, to know that he had to do something about it to save the people of the country and the world, and so I'm grateful that he had the wherewithal and that connection with God, and shared it and did as much as he could before they ended it, whether it be symbolically or true or not. It's hard to put into words what you can go back and see on the TV, the people, I mean, it wasn't Democrat and Republican when it came to Kennedy. It was everybody loved his president, and they believed in the things that he said. You know, when he talked about splintering the CIA into 1,000 pieces, nobody batted an eye and called it a conspiracy theory. They were ready for it then, you know? So that shows you the amount of of evil that has been released upon us, and we blindly turn an eye to it from this time to this time.
You know, and just to quickly interject, Mike brought up a great point, which he sort of talked about this union, the confluence that was going together and people working together. Remember, there's and like Mike was saying, that Kennedy realized he had to do something. And now go back into the history that we know of anyways, and look at anyone who's done anything to try and take down vampires, werewolves, monsters. I mean, real monsters. Who are the only ones that have done it? Abraham Lincoln, and Henry Ford's favorite president was Abraham Lincoln. He respected Lincoln so much, he named his marquee car line after Abraham Lincoln, Ford Lincoln. And then Henry Ford aligns himself with this guy from Germany named Adolf Hitler. And then on June 22nd, 1941, when they already had a front on the West open against, the free world, he then opens a second front and goes at breakneck speeds to take down, what did he say? Bolshevism. What did Hitler say? To remove Bolshevism off the face of this earth is what he said. And then who helped him with that? Henry Ford. Henry Ford's favorite president, Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln started all of this through the Civil War and exercising these vampiric demons that were looking to hijack America through the South. Not that Southern people are bad. They were just being used once again, just like Russian people are not bad. They were just being used by the vampiric cabal.
And then many of the Jewish people, not bad. They're just being used by the fake Jews.
Exactly. So you see this alliance, and then Joe Kennedy Sr. is a huge supporter of Adolf Hitler and is close friends with Henry Ford. And then John Kennedy, young John Kennedy, gets to go with the press corps and toured just 6 weeks after the end of World War II, tours war-torn Germany, and he writes a diary. And in the diary, John Kennedy just continues to write these glowing references to Adolf Hitler, a man way before his time, and that in the future, the truth about Adolf Hitler and Adolf Hitler's Germany will be told, is the words of our 35th president, John Fitzgerald Kennedy. So you see these connections. And then Kennedy, Trump, come on, you can't deny the connection. And what are they doing? They're finally, on the third attempt, they put the vampire down and got rid of the vampire. So again, you did, like Mike said, so who's been doing this? Lincoln, Ford, Hitler, Kennedy, Trump. Okay, and there's a story about their bloodline.
We should be pissed. We should all be pissed, because our entire lives, all of us who are probably at the same age right now, or very close to, our lives have been hijacked right from the very beginning. And Kennedy was taken from us. He was a light, he was a hope, and the whole world knew. There was somebody in the chat that just said they lived in Ireland in the middle of nowhere, and they grew up with this picture of Kennedy on their wall. A little town in Ireland, and their parents had a picture of Kennedy on their wall. That light was taken from us. Our chance to have a beautiful, godly life was stolen from us, and our children and our parents' lives. And we should be pissed right now, instead of, bending over and allowing the cabal to dictate to us that we're going to have the jab, and we're going to have a passport, and we're going to, have to live this way. It's a new normal now, and they're going to steal everything from us continually until we die. Many of us have actually died, and don't get to ever see that in this vessel. They'll be reborn, but it's just really, we should be pissed. So we should be taking this very seriously, and and doing all of the work we can inside and spreading the word through these beautiful books and these movies and all of this stuff and getting our power back.
Yeah, just knowing what Charlie was saying about the journey that JFK took before he became president was nothing more than God preparing him to do so. You know, I mean, that's really what it was. And you know, it was a thing, that diary is a thing of beauty. You know, it's a thing of beauty, and it's a work of the miracle of God and the grace and love that he has tried to share upon the earth, despite our free will to choose otherwise. And we, you know, it's coming back around, guys. We're no longer are they going to steal from us. No longer are we going to be silent about it. No longer.
No more.
Yeah, and another quick point to just mention to Mike is that, you know, the two most trusted people of the 20th century outside of politics were Walt Disney and Walter Cronkite.
Right.
The two Walts, and Walt is 56, which you know could be light, but it could be, you know, pure shit as well. So but it's amazing. The two Walts, the true most trusted men in America, were absolute vampires, were absolute demons in your closet, in your kids' closets.
Yeah.
And Mike, did you have any thoughts about potentially JFK Jr. being behind these releases after 9/11 on the internet?
Yeah, I believe both JFK Jr. and Trump, both at a young age, were put on the journey that JFK started before his assassination, and they alone, with JFK Jr. having the ultimate disguise because he was supposedly, you know, not with us anymore, definitely started it. But the plan came together with all of them, and God, you know, God's still working on Trump now. We see it every day, and it's just making this movement more and more powerful, and the face of God coming closer and closer.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Mike. And you know, a lot of people in the chat are saying, repent, repent. And what's important for these demons is repentance. Remember, just look at the word repent. Pent is penitence, and is to rightfully establish, to do it again, but do it right. And so repent means that there's one story, there's one way, and you have to become penitent before God. He is your father. He is your creator. He created all. And that's the only one we stand under. So you understand God, but on this earth, you understand or you overstand other people because you're no less than anybody else. And you have to stop that mindset that you are. You have to stop that mindset that there are really smart people that need to run this world because it's far too complex for you. Nope. No, they're just lying, and they're making you feel like shit.
We will never let them take our power away from us again. We will never consent to that. We need to educate ourselves and educate our children and keep that magic going.
You got to think, okay, and I hate to be graphic, okay, but you got to think them taking our power from us is nothing more than reaching inside of us and violently pulling our heart from us, okay? That's where the truth lies. That's where the word of God lies. And we cannot allow that anymore.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, they've reached down your throat and they pulled your hearts right out of you and your kids.
Yes.
And this is why we feel like crap. And you know, the second, look at folks, the second largest cause of death to teenagers is suicide. We're doing something wrong. We're doing something vastly wrong. When you have that reality, you need to have the common sense to go, we have to stop right now. And we have to change what we're doing right now because we can't live with the reality. The second leading cause of death to teenagers is suicide. That's insane. They're growing up without hope. What is Jesus Christ? Hope that leads you to knowingness, and knowingness is perfection, which is God. So you grow up without these things, then you grow up with despair. And that's why Colleen and I say the things that we say and do the things that we do against those in the so-called truth community that constantly deny and constantly push fear and constantly pushing negativity upon
they
you.
were weaponizing the alternative truth movement, though. They were weaponizing it, and they used people and disinformation to do it, and just like they did with religion and all of that else. So we were pitted against each other, and just, steered down a detour back road so that we would never reach the truth again. And we're here to say, not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. Not even if it makes you uncomfortable, we're going to tell you the truth. So, yeah, that's just not a,
Yeah,
Not an option.
shut down Disneyland, shut down Disney theme parks. You have no
we'll
idea.
start over, people. Don't be
Yeah.
upset about it. We'll
Yeah.
start over and we'll make it all goodly and godly,
Yeah.
because there are so many amazing, able-bodied people who need something to do once we are going to be the best is yet to come. And
You have to understand that God is coming. Okay. God is coming, and it's going to happen whether you want it to or not. Disney's gone. Okay. What's going to take its place is just like Colleen said, a goodly, godly movement that is going to put those things back in place in a goodly, godly manner. And I know, many of us are, like Charlie was saying a while ago, is we're impatient. Well, we can't be impatient, guys. We can't be impatient.
virtue, right?
That's a virtue. That's exactly right. I was trying to get the word out. But,
Yep.
We're at a point where we got to leave this microwave society in its tracks and move forward in a goodly, godly manner with him at the helm, and share it everywhere. He's called his church back to the streets. It's one of the things I do every morning. Every morning as I'm into my driveway, screaming and hollering and telling everybody about Jesus, and it's not totally screaming and hollering, but, I always strike up a conversation with the neighbors, and it's every day I go outside to do that. And people come and they listen, and some people have input, and it is growing more and more every day. The same thing for jumping on our shows and jumping on here with Charlie and them guys. It is infectious when you feel the peace and the love and the grace of the good Lord Jesus Christ.
It is, and it's just people who are aligning their frequencies, aligning their vessels to those frequencies, and those are very high frequencies.
And those are not just empty words, guys. And they used to be empty words to me until I started doing the work. I used to point my fingers out there and always be looking at everybody else as to why my life was sucking. And then when I started to take responsibility, culpability for myself, and do the work and apply all of the things that I was learning, instead of thinking I needed to, help everybody else out there, I needed to put the oxygen mask on me. So this is the wonderful time where we get to do that. And then those words of people saying, God is great and your life is better with God and all of this, it suddenly starts to make sense, because your life begins to flow. It begins to raise in frequency. And so you no longer have that suffering and all of that depression and all of those, sick moments. And you can physically get sick, but those things that you can change as well, because you end up learning that you were poisoning your body, you were poisoning your mind. And then when you start to do the things that bring you up, you begin to feel what God really is in your life. It's not just empty words that you're hearing and it's like wah, 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 wah. They become real. They really do. And so I encourage everyone to just dig deep and allow God to speak to you, and what are the first steps you need to do, and just be patient with yourself and just let him guide you.
Yeah. And hey, listen, Mike said something really great as well, Call. And he was just saying, God is coming, whether you like it or not. It's just a reality. And that the church has to be taken back to where it came from, which is the streets. This is significant. One of the groups we're going to talk about tonight, and one of the albums and songs we're going to talk about tonight, which is Sounds of Silence by Simon and Garfunkel. Paul Simon and Art Garfunkel wrote some of the most important, powerful, best songs ever written. And Sounds of Silence is absolutely one of them. Listen to this. In this second verse, this is like, it's an allegory, but it's word for word. If you know how to read it, it's word for word. Luke 11:52, which is woe, you lawyers of the church, for you never went in yourself, and you stopped people who were trying to go within. You stopped them from going within. Okay, listen to this. This is the second verse. In restless dreams, I walked alone. Narrow streets of cobble stone. The cobble is that's why the monks shaved the top. That's the cobblestone that's open to God. So that's penitent before God. So you remove the hair in that area. So there's nothing stopping God's frequencies, love and wisdom to enter into. That's where it came from. Cobblestone. It comes from that reference.
Surely my hair can be an antenna. I
For
don't have to
sure,
shave my head.
for sure. But it's symbolic. It's very symbolic, and that's where it comes from. So straight, narrow streets of cobblestone, neath the halo of a street lamp, the golden light upon high. I turned my collar to the cold and damp. The cold and damp are the Cabal. I turned my collar. So under God, walking the path that is straight and narrow, I walked alone, which is all one with God. Alone is one with God. I turned my collar to the Cabal when my eyes were stabbed by the flash of a neon light. And what did that neon light said? Jesus saves. Jesus saves. Jesus saves. Come within to our church, our demonic satanic church, where we lure you in through the name Jesus, but we deliver nothing on what Jesus Christ taught or lived in plain sight in the Bible. Woe unto you, lawyers and Pharisees, who stabbed our eyes with the flash of neon light.
They were using Jesus as a Trojan horse.
Yep.
And shame on them, and we're taking him back.
Yep. And then just to finish the last part, this harkens to what Mike was just saying. Listen to this. This is how they close the song. Okay. And the sign said, the words of the prophets are written on the subway walls and tenement halls and whispered in the sounds of silence. So the church is the street, that the prophets walk those areas where rich men don't go, because it's far easier to get a camel into heaven than it is a rich man. It's far easier for a camel to enter through the eye of a needle than a rich man into heaven. We've done this parallel a million times, but it's everything, because you have to take the load off of Fanny and put the load right on God.
And you remember the hippie movement? Do you remember how beautiful the real hippie movement was?
Yep.
And they were out in parks and they were out everywhere sharing their love.
And they lived in nature. They didn't live in cities, and their kids did not go to schools. They were not inoculated. And this is the thing that gets lied about the hippies so much. They read the Bible like crazy, and they read the New Testament like crazy, and they loved Jesus Christ like crazy. And it was the hippies that knew that there was more to Mary Magdalene than what was being said. And it was the hippies that were saying Lord and Lady Christ with Jesus and Mary Magdalene, and that they were married and that they were partners in this. These are the hippies. And when you look, and I've done this, I've shown so many pictures now of the psychedelic buses that the hippies had and stuff. And you see on the sides of their buses, they constantly had pictures of Jesus Christ drawn on their buses. But they're nothing but dirty, drug, sex crazed, dirty, the same narrative just spins around and around and around, and it isn't the truth. You've been lied to about everything, and includes the hippies who were in love with God and in love with Jesus Christ.
So true.
Okay, so now, where is my image? I'll find it here. So we're just going to go through. So again, with Lord of the Rings, you just see this beautiful story. Chronicles of Narnia and C.S. Lewis. Lewis and Tolkien were best friends, and they were totally in this together. They knew the books are so alike because they were writing about this one story. And the Chronicles of Narnia, these 7 divine books, all the way from The Magician's Nephew all the way to The Last Battle. This is rising within you. This is up to 33 vertebrae.
I firmly believe that these men and women that we're mentioning today, but these 2 in particular, were a part of the Q team. I personally believe that this plan goes really far back.
Yeah.
And I personally believe that there are
Lincoln.
many people,
Lincoln.
many people that are goodly, godly, and they knew they had a role to play, whether they were, brought into this, read into this or not. They had a level of gnosis, and they were doing their very best. They were part of this plan. And the breadcrumbs that these people left and created for us, they are so powerful, so powerful.
And what bears proof to what Colleen is saying is the truth is look at how these movies were not done by the Cabal. They were not touched by the Cabal, that somehow, some way, and we can attribute that to the Q team, but really that's the handprint of God, that they were not going to stain or sully these works. So it was white hats that did the Count of Monte Cristo, the remake of the Count of Monte Cristo, and that Jim Caviezel played Edmond Dantes. I mean, it absolutely is. And all of these Narnia movies have been done by really, really good Christian filmmakers and Christian companies, and they like really have, and they've recognized the higher truth about this. And it's the same thing when you look at these key movies like The Matrix, which we're going to talk about tonight, and V for Vendetta, being done outside of Hollywood. And you start looking at all of these incredible books that were turned into movies, and these are the movies that that changed our lives. That these movies were all done out of Hollywood. So The Matrix, 1999, Australia, and a little bit in New Zealand. And then The Matrix 2 and 3, again, Australia. The Lord of the Rings. And again, all of this happening right after John F. Kennedy Jr.'s plane disappears, because it had to. He had to go undercover to make all this stuff happen in earnest. And then, V for Vendetta was filmed entirely between Germany and London. And The Lord of the Rings was done in New Zealand. And Harry Potter was done completely in London and within Europe. It was out completely outside Hollywood. And you start going to all of these big movies, and you see that they were all being done outside of the vulture's grip of the Jesuits in Hollywood, and the black magic spell that they had cast over all of those studios that were doing films there. So there's no coincidences here, folks. This is very, very powerful stuff, and it lends absolute proof to what Colleen was just saying.
So where were we?
Just moving the next one, we're just talking about Narnia. Now, of the 7 divine novels, so this is raising your chakras. This is raising to the crown. You have to create the crown. So the silver chair was the 6th, because the silver chair was illumination of the pineal gland. You have to go through the mother silver to be able to illuminate the pineal gland, which is the portal to God. And then the last battle is that last battle you fight with Gollum, with your ego to win at the end of the day. And you choose Aslan. You choose Aslan as everything in your life. You put God first in your life, and then that does become the last battle. But the book that is the most well-known and probably loved by the readers of the series is the second book, which is The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. Now, again, look at what's encoded. He did this so perfectly in all of the books, but look at what's being encoded in book 2. The lion, Aslan, is God. The witch is the Babylon whore, and the wardrobe closet is Matthew 6:6. And my children, when thou wast pray, thou wast enter into thy closet and shut thy door. And do not utter vain repetitions as the heathens do, for surely they have their rewards. For God already has knowledge of what it is that ye need. So do not be like the heathens. So once again, 6:6 is telling you silence, and therefore the wardrobe is going within yourself in silence, and the wardrobe is a portal. And of course, that's what Lewis wrote the wardrobe closet as. It was a portal between two worlds. It's your pineal gland. So once again, it's all being encoded, which with human physiology, with the truth of who we really are and what it is that we really have to do, which are 7 books, which are 7 chakras, which are 7 levels, which are 7 journeys that we have to do. And then you go to Harry Potter. So we segue, into the Harry Potter. How many books and and they all basically, the covers of every Harry Potter book mimic the colors of the original covers, dust covers for C.S. Lewis's The Chronicles of Narnia. And how many books were there for the Harry Potter series? 7 books. And every single book is a stage of the journey. And every single level, it's like the Super Mario Brother games. You had to do all of this in levels, and you got better. The more levels you won, the better you got, so that when you finally got to Bowser, you were ready to defeat that evil mayor who's a guy in Washington, D.C. And her name just happens to be Bowser, who's the Dragon King in Super Mario Brothers. And you don't think God has a sense of humor? Oh, Lord. So Harry Potter is essentially the same as Lewis's The Chronicles of Narnia. And once again, Harry Potter could have easily been a Cabal creation, and those movies could have easily just been sex, drugs, violence, just would have been utter nonsense. And somehow God said, not on my watch. There's just no way. There's no way. And that's why I can safely say to you, no matter all the stuff you've heard, and I have no idea who J.K. Rowling is. I don't think that she wrote these at all, because whoever the inspiration for this comes from the Gnostics and the Essenes. So this goes way back, and because it's the one story, and it's Lewis and it's Tolkien. But I can absolutely say to you that these books and these movies are divine, that God put his hand over this project because so many kids were touched by The Lord of the Rings, The Hobbit, The Lord of the Rings, and by The Chronicles of Narnia, and by the Harry Potter books. And if they fell into the hands of the Cabal, this could have spelled disaster. And I mean, like now and what's coming, it could have spelled disaster. But there's so much inner hope in these kids because of these books and because of the way that these movies were done divinely, that is going to help us, is going to help those beautiful children, is going to help us with this big change that is coming, and that they'll be on our side instead of us having to fight against more and more zombies. So I just want to share that with you. Harry Potter, there's such a lot of negativity attached to that, and usually it just comes through J.K. Rowling, but trust Colleen and I on this one. We have done the work inside and out with the Harry Potter series, and we can absolutely tell you they are beautiful. Immerse yourself in these stories because they are telling you powerfully everything. And that's why Harry Potter is small, nondescript, not special. Never once did they, and Harry was never top of his class or whatever. But what Harry was great at is risking his life to save others. And that's what he did every year. It was Harry behind the scenes that was rescuing Hogwarts from nothing but problems.
They were kind men.
Yeah, that's right. And Harry couldn't do it alone. He needed friends, and he did it with Ron, and he did it with Hermione. And Hermione is your left brain, which is genius, because of the way it can just regurgitate facts, figures, and logic. The left brain is brilliant, but Hermione desperately needed Harry Potter, because Harry is what put Hermione into balance, or she could have just gone off the deep end with facts, figures, and logic. She was just so left brain, Hermione. And Harry was, just like Colleen said, Harry was so right brain. It was incredible. And they balanced. And that's where Ron is. Ron is just kind of the middle way of the mother. And the books do an even better job of showing Ron very connected to the earth and Mother Earth and stuff. So But yeah, so very, very powerful, very, very important. And you can absolutely safely immerse yourself and your families into the books and into the movies because they're telling the one story. And that one story is God's story. I guarantee it to you. I know there's been a lot of negative press associated with it, but Colleen and I are here to tell you that this is another one, and they're done so well. And again, those movies are so deeply encoded. It's incredible. You could watch those movies 100 times and you'll still be getting more and more things out of them, because like the Lord of the Rings, every scene is a calm. There's just calms everywhere in there, and they're all good, they're all great, and they're all saying the same thing, that God wins, and that you've got to choose. You got to cast thy net to the right, and you have to choose God.
There's
It's what's being
Death
said.
Eaters, and then and the Muggles were just the ones who were in the middle, who didn't know anything.
Right, exactly. So there were the magic bloodline, and then there were Muggles, and the Muggles is just an allegory for those that were asleep. The Muggles are just those, because everyone has the magic, but they didn't practice the magic. They were not magical because they were dead on their feet, zombies, and that's these Muggle-borns. So, and then of course, Lord Voldemort wanted to make it into a bloodline thing, but it wasn't. It was epigenetical. It was above your genes. It's not about genetics. You don't get cancer because your uncle twice removed on your aunt's side 4 generations back once had cancer, or you don't have this or that because no, God didn't make it that way. God didn't create victims, and he didn't create a system that makes you a victim to somebody else's past. And that's why original sin with the Catholic Church is hilarious, because God would never put you eternally behind the 8 ball.
Did that ever sit right with you guys? It never sat right with me. That's original sin. I was like, you're born into it. You can never get out of it.
Never get out of it. And so the best you can do,
it's not fair,
is give us 10% of your wealth and sign this card and continue to be a sinner the rest of your life, when Jesus taught, sin no more, go forth and sin no more. Constantly, Jesus taught, no, go forth and sin no more. I forgive you, but only if you sin no more. And that is the message of Jesus, but that's not the message of the Catholic Church. So, and the message of all these books and the movies that we've shared with you so far, they're all telling you the same thing: no more sinning. That's what Harry Potter is all about, is no more sinning. And look how kind Harry was, even to the Dursleys, who are the biggest monsters of the left brain carnality. I mean, they're just carnal monsters, are these Dursleys. Dudley Dursley, DD, 44, not good. So, yeah. Okay, now, so I really wanted to show you that, the segue between the Chronicles of Narnia to Harry Potter, because they are so heavily referenced. So a lot of people say Harry Potter is very heavily drawing from the Lord of the Rings. It's actually drawing more from the Chronicles of Narnia in many, many ways. Yep. And a couple of other books that we want to, 3 other books that we want to talk to you about tonight, and we can just go through them quickly here again. One is L. Frank Baum's The Wizard of Oz. Again, I cannot stress enough. And it's so funny because on YouTube, you'll see people do wonderful videos saying The Wizard of Oz is entirely telling you about the Federal Reserve and the Federal Reserve banking system. And that's what it's about. And it explains it perfectly. And it's like, you're right, it does. And then another person comes along and they say, you know what? Wizard of Oz is amazing because it's an alchemical masterpiece, and it's talking about your journey through the 7 levels that you have to go through to get to heaven. You have to get out of hell, and you have to get to heaven. You have to find courage, and you have to have a heart. You have to have strength. You have to have these things along the way. And it's like, yes, you're entirely right. And then another person says, well, it's entirely about like our food and the corporate structure. It's about corporations. You're exactly right. The genius of the book by L. Frank Baum is that it touches on all of those things. It is an encompassing masterpiece. The Wizard of Oz touches on every single major fault, hellish, evil, satanic aspect of society. It does. And the movie does a pretty good job of this. I mean, especially for when it was made. it does a pretty good job of this. But in the future, someone will remake it, and it is going to become probably, in all likelihood, one of the greatest movies of all time when somebody takes it seriously, because it is easily one of the 10 best novels, and an absolute must-read book is L. Frank Baum's The Wizard of Oz. It lays it all bare. And for our American family here, it puts all of this centered within the United States. And so you see that this is the cabal, and this is the false corporation of the United States of America instead of the United States for America, the Republic. So which was taken away. And when was it? When was that? 1871. Anyone do the math here? When was Lincoln president? When was Lincoln assassinated? You know, within 6 years, they had hijacked everything that Lincoln and our founding fathers worked so hard to do. After Lincoln, there are no coincidences, there are no accidents, there are no mistakes here. It's all purposeful. It's all being done because they took Lincoln out. And that also shows you, like Q says, don't play favorites in Washington. Don't play favorites with the politicians in Washington. You know, blue, red, whatever, Democrat, Republican, don't play favorites, because so few were on the right side of this. So maybe Michael Jackson. That's somebody. Sharon Rivas in the chat said, well, Michael Jackson did The Wiz. That's right. And I think that's a project that Michael Jackson could very well, with a production company, could take on and do a proper telling of The Wizard of Oz. So it's genius. Atlas Shrugged, again, this takes us to Ayn Rand. Ayn Rand, once again, like Lewis, sort of self-proclaimed atheist. No way. They're just saying to you, they're not religious. They're not religious, because everything that Lewis and everything that Ayn Rand wrote is entirely about Jesus Christ, entirely about Jesus.
And when they knew what was happening inside of the religion, Trojan horse, you wouldn't want to be affiliated with it at all. So for people to disaffiliate themselves from that
takes a lot of courage, right?
It does.
Enormous. So I mean, The Fountainhead is one of the 10 best books ever written, and that movie, The Fountainhead, with Gary Cooper, and the Hollywood actors fought and told her that, because Ayn Rand got to write the screenplay. Are you kidding me? The author gets to write the screenplay. That's the hand of God, by the way, just so you know, allowing that to happen. And the actors in Hollywood were screaming for that role. They were all screaming for that role. Why? Have you read the book? Have you watched the movie? Do you know who Howard Rourke is? Howard Rourke is how every one of us should be. Howard Rourke is Jesus Christ, because he walked on the water. Howard Rourke stood down to no man. And he knew that his purpose was to divinely create these architectural masterpieces that were completely upside down different from what was being allowed. And when you read the book or you watch the movie, I mean, she puts it in plain sight, where the cabal comes to Howard Rourke and says, you are brilliant. You are, and you're right. Your way is the right way. We can't allow it. We can't allow it. We'll never allow it. And if you don't change, we will destroy you. Even though we respect you, we will absolutely destroy you. That's it. I'm not paraphrasing here. That's literally what was said in both the movie and in the book. She knew. And then she created her app. If you can be better than Fountainhead, that's amazing. And she was, with the Atlas Shrugged trilogy. That is a miracle creation. And it's a trilogy because, once again, it's the story of Jesus Christ. Who is John Galt? Jesus Christ. John Galt is Jesus Christ. And what did John Galt say? I'm going to destroy your motor of the world, and I'm going to replace it. And what did he replace their motor of the world with? Wireless free energy, which is magnetic in origin, which is Christ rising to God in heaven.
So one of the interesting things about these books, which were made into movies just recently, what series is it called? The John Galt series.
Atlas Shrugged.
Atlas Shrugged. If you were to watch the movies, you would see what's happening around the world taking place in these movies. I think that the parallels are really, really interesting. And I have a feeling that who made the movies were definitely the white hats.
Exactly.
Maybe even
And
JFK and his children and their families and all of that.
absolutely.
I'm sure that there is a alternative to Hollywood, and I think that they've been making movies, the white hats, the JFK group and Trump group. I think they've been making movies for a very long time, under the guise of different names and pseudonyms and different companies, and absolutely infiltrating that whole world.
And there's a quick comment here by Deborah in the chat, and she says, "Why don't you put the Bible first instead of Q? The Q are rescuing the truth of the wholeness of the Bible. Everyone just needs, because there's so many new people jumping on every day. You may not be hearing the things that we're sharing. We're trying to repeat show after show so new people hear this again and again and again. Why Q team? Because it is this divine bloodline. This is what we're finding out. And it makes perfect sense. And it makes perfect sense. And it proves itself out because Abraham Lincoln is the only one who did something. And Henry Ford and Adolf Hitler, only one to do something. And then Henry Ford and Joseph Kennedy with Adolf Hitler, and then the Kennedys to Donald Trump. This connection from Lincoln to Trump, they're the only ones that have done anything in history to try to take down these monsters. They're the only ones. Now, I'm not making that up, because if it, we would have some kind of knowledge if somebody else tried to, but they didn't. And so what are we finding out? Incredibly, that this connection is all connected to one another. And then, we haven't heard a lot about Adolf Hitler right now on purpose, because it's just too far. It's too far for a lot of people to go when you've been so brainwashed about it's probably one of the biggest of all the lies is Adolf Hitler, and the Holocaust is absolutely one of the biggest lies, and it's going to be the hardest for people to deal with. And that's why. But on the Jesus strand, we found out this connection with Benito Mussolini. And then if you have that Sherlock Holmes brain, you can put two and two together. You can start putting two and two together, and Mussolini with Hitler, and then Germany, Italy with Japan, and then you do your own research on Germany, Italy, and Japan. They all worship God. They all were about Jesus Christ because they were all about the sun eternally rising. And they're painted as the bad guys in all of this. Wow. So once again, why do we talk about the Q instead of just purely the Bible? Because there's so much more to the Bible. There's so much more to the Bible. And there's been some monkey business and doctoring with the Bible as well. So the Q are the ones that are going to give us back the wholeness of the Bible. And then, Deborah, if you want to judge then. At that point, when you've seen the wholeness of who Jesus Christ truly, truly, truly was, then if you want to still judge us and for, talking about the Q team, or the Q team for how they've done any or all of this, then that's up to you. But wait until all the facts are in, and they're coming. And then you're going to be dealing with a tidal wave of lies, and it's going to be hard. It's going to be very difficult for the average person. So I wanted to interject that because that's why there's so much that's been held from us, and yes, it includes the Bible, and that is a travesty. That is absolutely a travesty. And then Deborah says, "How do you say that John Galt is Jesus Christ? That is so very wrong." No, I'm saying allegorically, he represents Jesus Christ. That is very, very right. And Deborah, if you read the books and you've done the research that we've done and you know what we know, then you see the one-to-one correlations perfectly between, and I just shared it with you, just some of the passages that I've already shared tonight with regard to John Galt. He said that he was going to destroy their motor of the world. Their motor of the world is satanic because their motor rapes the Mother Earth. And this is what you're gonna find out. So many women get so irate when Colleen and I talk about the divine feminine and our Virgin Mother Mary, and people just freak right out, saying there is no deity, there's no divineness with the woman. Woman is a whore, and the woman just said, what is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Lord and Lady Christ. The feminine has to be equal with the masculine. We're going nowhere. We're going nowhere.
Okay, so that was Ayn Rand.
That was Ayn Rand. And again, the significance of the brilliance of Atlas Shrugged is that this character, and everybody's asking, who is this John Galt? And see, it's an allegory for who is this Jesus Christ. That's what's been going on. This is what the Q team teaches. This is what Trump teaches. This is what we're being shown, is who is this masked man that is coming to save us? Who is this masked man behind the scenes that's doing? Yeah, it's JC. It's JC. And who is John Galt? Who is Jesus Christ? And the reason is because you've been lied to by the church about the real true story of Jesus Christ, the real Jesus. And again, that's a horrible sin. It's terrible.
And Mary Magdalene.
And Mary Magdalene. And when you see the wholeness of the story, to see the church just casually cast her as a whore.
Look at any society that has taken the feminine out. And that's where war comes in. That's where all of these
Child trafficking.
atrocious acts against humanity come in. They've taken the feminine out, and they've brought totally the left brain thinking, facts, figures, and logic, and then they demean God's creation. And then they take God right out of the equation.
Yeah. Why do you think they had little boys create these soprano parts of the church choir, the Catholic Church choir, keep women out of the church?
It's death by 1,000 cuts, and that's what they've been doing. They've just been cutting us and cutting us and cutting us and drinking our blood.
Yep. Women are the ones who should have been singing those soprano high notes and all those songs, but you don't allow women into the church. And remember, a lot at the beginning of the nuns were men, just like Mother Teresa. Mother Teresa, sorry to say, besides the big awakening now that most people are aware of, that Mother Teresa was a monster and not one of the nicest people in the world. She's one of the rottenest people in the world.
And it's interesting how long.
But Mother Teresa was a guy and not a woman.
It's interesting how long the theater were only allowing men to be actors. There were no women allowed. And the list goes on. I mean, waiters are mostly men, and
well, again, a lot of the leading women in Hollywood, when it began to really take off, were men in disguise. You're going to see this. A lot of the leading ladies in Hollywood were men. Women were just being squeezed out of this. And like I said on a show a few months ago, when you look at the creation of virtually all of these international organizations, bodies for womanhood or for children or for families in America or across the world, anything associated with the United Nations, these women who were leading these organizations were men in drag. And so the founders of Planned Parenthood, men. You go down the road, Gloria Steinem, you go down the road with all of these leading feminists and voices for women. In the beginning, they were all men dressed up as women.
But here's the kicker. They've been taking the divine feminine out of the masculine as well. So there's the tragedy that there are, people look around and like, where are the strong men? They've all been taken from us.
That's right. Hollywood was filled. Don't kid yourselves. Your common sense knows. Hollywood was filled with strong leading men. There were tons of them. And where are they all gone? They're gone. They're gone. I said on the show a week ago that Clint Eastwood was maybe the last, and Colleen said, no, it's actually Mel Gibson. Mel Gibson probably, is the last. But before that, everywhere you looked, you could shake a stick and that there were these strong men in Hollywood that they weren't taking bad roles, and they were just playing the same strong, righteous character all the time, all the time. They were filled. And why? Because in the beginning, Hollywood had to have a product. They had to have a product. That's why the music industry, we're decoding all these songs, because in the beginning, they needed a product before they could sell you the shit. They couldn't just give you rap music and the shit that's out now, because you'd never buy into it. They had to give you rock and roll. They had to give you roll the rock Jesus Christ music. They had to, because there's no other way to get you sucked into it. That's what I was showing you with the Miss America Pie by Don McLean, that incredible song of Americana. It's showing you in plain sight that anyone good after a certain, they just started to get rid of them. And slowly, and then this war was just to remove all of these good ones within Hollywood, within the music industry, and that's what they were doing. But they had to open up the floodgates in the beginning, because they had to have a product. They had to teach you that going to the movies is the right thing to do, and that to idolize these actors. And the same with the music industry, same with all aspects of art. Did you want to say anything, Angel?
No.
Okay. So,
Mike, do you want to say
Mike,
anything?
did you want to add anything?
To back it up a little bit, the journey through the books is very powerful, because the comms that are in those books make you able to see the comms that are in real life right now.
Yeah.
And not only with your understanding, but what you can see and hear with your eyes and ears. Okay. And it becomes a lot clearer, the path that we all need to be on, both physically and inner. Okay. And when you understand those comms, it is such a journey. It is such a journey to carry on through the grace of God and his word and his living will for us. Okay. And furthermore, as far as the woman not being in the church, Mary Magdalene is the reason that lie there is the reason why we bought the lie of Mother Teresa. And you just got to connect it all the way through and understand how we keep swallowing these lies without the knowledge of the truth. And they can't pull the wool over our eyes anymore once we have this knowledge. Okay. That's why God is showing his face and showing us the truth. And that's why he's coming. And that's why the allegorical stories of John Galt and the like, you hear Negative 48 talk about it all the time. JFK, Jesus Christ, and it's allegorical, of course, but it's what he represented for Jesus Christ. Okay. And it's the love of God. And wow.
And it makes perfect sense, Mike, that they would be of that bloodline, because again, only the righteous ones are the ones that have been standing up and doing shit. That's what we've been saying to you. And it proves itself out in history. And not making this stuff up. Lincoln is the one who did something. And then who's Lincoln connected to? And it just takes you on this little path and journey that connects the only people that have done anything. Who are the only people? The ones that are in the know, the ones that were on the straight and narrow path,
And
the
what's
ones
the
that were the
bloodline?
righteous.
What's the bloodline they're saying? Is it A, B negative?
That's what they're
So
saying.
A is God, B is the mother.
1 and 2.
So it's the perfect balance. It's the perfect balance, which is what we're all striving for. We've fallen and we're going to rise up, and we're going to have that perfect balance.
And don't let the word negative scare you, because there's dualistic understandings to every single word. Negative is magnetism. Electricity is positive, and we're done with this electrical world and penises of men and all this bullshit.
Woman is negative, and the feminine is negative, and the masculine is positive. It's the yin and the yang, and
Exactly.
you need them both, and that's why the perfect balance.
Yeah.
Right? So negative and positive, there's an end to each stick, and it's positive and negative. On a magnet, it's the polar. It's necessary.
But the AB negative is saying, moving forward, father, mother through magnetism. Father, mother through magnetism is what's being said with that AB negative bloodline. That's what it is. That's why Make America Great Again, Negative 48 confirmed what we've been saying for years now about Make America Great Again. Magnetism, Mother Mary, and God. A-B. MAGA is A-B. And it absolutely is. Now, in the chat, again, there were questions about Sylvester Stallone. And so I want to address this again. Sly Stallone, all you have to do, and people make fun of Sylvester Stallone and stuff. And, he really did simplistic stuff. Sylvester Stallone wanted to make a difference in the world. He could have made complex stuff if he wanted to. Sly is a very smart man. He created simple things so that the many could understand, and he did a lot of them so that the many would affiliate with these characters and then go with these characters, go on these journeys.
Simplistic and beautiful.
They are. Rocky is a beautiful creation, and it's a beautiful story to follow. And Rambo is for all of it. Rambo is a beautiful creation because Rambo put the many first before him, and Rambo served, and what Rambo served was righteousness. And remember, and I forget which of the Rambo movies it was, but Rambo had to go south of the border to rescue his niece who had been kidnapped by a group of people who were kidnapping children. Are you fucking asleep? Mel Gibson, Sylvester Stallone, they're constantly doing and showing you in plain sight, and Denzel Washington, constantly doing movies that are drawing attention to child trafficking, constantly doing these things. And I've said it before, and I will say it again. I absolutely believe 100%. Careful who you support and stuff. But I honestly think that Arnold Schwarzenegger is absolutely on the right side of this. I think we're going to be shocked when we find out who he actually is connected to. I think we'll be shocked. And when you look at Schwarzenegger's roles and how he's played all of these roles, he's always played these characters that loves kids, that takes care of kids, and takes a badass, no mercy role to the evil ones. And it's like I said, one of the things that Colleen and I have been able to do was when you can vet certain people, then you can vet other people. And so what we've been able to do is identify these certain directors in Hollywood that are clearly on the right side of this, and then certain writers and screenwriters like Michael Crichton, and you start to do that. Then you can extrapolate out and see if there's any consistencies with the people, especially the leading men that they're using. And you're seeing that they're constantly using Sylvester Stallone, they're constantly using Arnold Schwarzenegger, they're constantly using Bruce Willis. Okay?
Hi, ML.
Hey, how are you guys?
Hey, ML, and Mike are now both in the house. That is so awesome.
You guys look lovely tonight.
We're in our Sunday best.
Yeah.
Well, me too.
I can't see you.
Well, all right. Let me do my video here.
It's
There
fun.
we go. How's that?
Hey.
You look lovely too.
Yes, you do. And
Yeah,
well,
hat. My wife said you should wear your Bigfoot hat. That'll really get them going.
I like it.
Like, that's just crazy.
Background, it's beautiful.
How are you guys?
we're doing great. A lot of people are saying that Charlie's been on fire tonight in the chat room. They're saying Charlie's been on fire. So it's been a really good night. And what we've been doing, ML, is just going through a lot of these books, authors, songs, albums, artists, TV shows, movie shows that we've vetted and we're recommending to people to follow, because they're teaching the one story, they're putting God first, and they're putting God first through Jesus Christ, which is this strength in man, which is the divine masculine, instead of all of these weak-assed, anti-waste losers in Hollywood that everybody makes such a big deal about. So that's what we've been doing. And if you wanna jump in with some comments here, that would be awesome.
Yeah, you bet. Absolutely. Just let me know.
Well, did you want to start with anything? Is there something you want to talk about?
I love the divine masculine concept. You know, our Savior was the perfect epitome of an exemplar of the divine masculine. All right. He balanced the divine feminine with the divine masculine. And I think there's a misnomer out there where, you know, we're taught in our Christian world that when the Savior came, he was this sheepish, lambish type of person, that he was very soft. And I'm like, well, he was to a point, but he was a king. And I don't know too many righteous kings that are lambs out there, honestly. And when you're a descendant of the King of David, I can't imagine him being, you know, too much tapped into the divine feminine, so to speak, as well. But I love the concept of the divine masculine, because I've had a lot of these women that they ask, you know, why are their husbands detached? Why are their husbands checked out? And I think it's because somewhere along the way, a few decades ago, we got lost. You know, Charlie and Colleen, you remember prior to World War II, the family unit was that the husband went out, he provided a nice living for the family, worked hard. The woman, the wife, stayed home. She nurtured and fostered the children. Then what happened by design? We go into the First World War, which splits up the family unit. That's when public school systems started really coming into play. Then we go into the Second World War. We really didn't recover from the First World War. We go right into the Second World War. Now all the men are shipped off to fight overseas. The wives are having to go work in the factories to produce the equipment for the men to fight. And what happens to our children? They get put into the public education system, which is socialism. So the war goes on, the war ends, the husbands come home, they want to reclaim their places, the patriarchal role over their families. But that's not what happens. What happened was the women got so very used to being very independent, because now they were both filling the divine masculine and the divine feminine role in their household, holding down the house. It wasn't easy for them to give that up once the husbands came home. Thus, we started having a lot more conflict. That's when we started seeing marriages splitting apart prior to that, because the family unit that God, the family unit that God intended on us having was destroyed. And let's face it, the adversary did a masterful job. He knew how to do these things by splitting the family unit. And what's interesting is we have feminism that came in, we have liberalism, progressivism, socialism, communism. We have all these isms, Satanism, Luciferianism. We have all these isms that come in. I don't think I can think of any good words that have ism on the end of it that actually helps benefit humanity.
It's brilliant, because I don't hear Godism anywhere. I don't hear Jesus Christism anywhere, and I don't hear ableism anywhere.
No.
That's really brilliant, and that analogy is brilliant, and it ties in. And once again, it's bulletproof. Everyone listening, is bulletproof, because that's exactly what happened.
And what does war do to men? It completely takes them to the left side, because it's the only place that they can survive such horrors.
That's right.
When they start feeling, they would fall apart, and they can't, or they'll be killed. And so they go to the left fully, and they come home, and then there's no connection between the woman and the man, because the man has had to live that to survive. And my heart goes out to all of them. It's just, it's one of the worst travesties that, and the Cabal knew it.
100%.
They knew what was going to happen to the family when the man went to war. And of course they welcomed the women into war too, because then that would just completely change everything. It was just horrifying.
Yeah, I'm not saying anything bad about anybody, but if you'll look at the 18 and 19-year-olds that were raising the flag there on Iwo Jima, that historic moment, and look at 18 and 19-year-olds today, and you can see how broken the masculine is.
Yeah, it did its job. It absolutely has done its job, generation after generation. All these wars that they've had to fight for the wrong reasons, and their soul knew that they were fighting. Yeah. My stepdad was in the military his whole life, and he just passed away recently. But he said,
beautiful man.
It took him until he was, the last few years of his life to understand that he was fighting the wrong fight for the wrong reason with the
Yeah.
wrong people. And bless his heart, he got it. And he was one of the great supporters of the information that I was doing with Pizzagate, and he was sharing what he knew about that kind of thing too. And he was raised in Canada, but what an amazing, and for him to do that at that age just showed me that God has a hand in everything, and so we can all be turned no matter when to the truth and to the righteousness.
That's right.
It was taken from him, and he got it. He got it. And sometimes it's too late because you raise your children a certain way, and then you got to let God intervene with those children, because we've just taught them all of the lies that we've been taught, and so now at this point when they're so programmed, and all of that beautiful masculine and beautiful divine feminine has just been turned upside down for them. It really does take a intervention of God at this point, and that's what I always say. Trump and the Q team are just giving us this opportunity to slow everything down and go, okay, it's time for us to step up and to just completely surrender ourselves to the goodness of God.
And this is where the danger with the over literalization of the Bible comes into play, because the second coming of Christ has to be within you. It has to be. You have to start acting like this Son of Man. That's why he's called the Son of Man, because he came first to show us the way. This is that perfect role model for us to follow. This is the second coming of Christ that's being referenced. Everybody just keeps waiting. Like I equated this 5 years ago to everyone, that it's like aliens. Everybody's waiting for aliens to come and save us instead of doing the work themselves. They're never coming, whether they're there or not, which I don't think that they are. Whether they're there or not, no one's coming to save us, because if someone comes to say, we haven't done anything, we haven't learned anything, and we'll be right back in this mess 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago again from now. We will, because you have to change.
It's
and the change only comes from
right?
doing the work.
It's the hero's journey.
You have to go on this journey. You have to do the work. No one's coming to save you. And everybody's waiting for, you already have a savior.
Yep.
That's what Jesus literally means. Salvation, savior. He is the one that came before, and he shows you the way, and it's bulletproof. You can't go wrong. There's no wrong in Jesus Christ. And all you have to do is read it for yourself, which is, by the way, what Jesus said. Woe unto you, lawyers, scribes, and Pharisees of the church, for you block those who are trying to learn, who are trying to go within and trying to learn this true message. You don't do it, and you prevent those that are trying to do it. Jesus told you this. Every time the apostles looked in the direction of one of these new churches, what did Jesus say every day? He took them to task. Why are you casting your glance in that direction? For surely every single block will fall to the ground and dissolve in time. The church, the church of God is within you. The kingdom of heaven is.
The kingdom of heaven is within us. That's right.
Constantly, he's saying this, and the people are just lining up in droves. And then, Jesus, Matthew 6:6, when thou was pray, enter into thy closet and shut the door, and do not utter vain repetitions like the heathens do, for surely they have their reward. This isn't just some guy saying this. That's Jesus Christ saying this. But you go to church every single Sunday, and you're doing these things on every single. It's insanity.
And we're always looking for something so complex. But in reality, when you look at Jesus' teachings, they're very simplistic.
That's
and
right.
You keep repeating them over and over again.
And yet he's a genius, but he keeps doing simplicity. We were just before Emil came on, we were talking about Sylvester Stallone and the movies that Sly made with Rocky and with Rambo. Simple, did it again and again and again. But that's what people need right now.
They do.
And Rambo is this guy that didn't say a lot, but he constantly put right first. He constantly put righteousness first. Like, it's incredible. And in all these movies, you're not allowed to say God. You have, like I say, one of the movies we're going to talk about tonight is Field of Dreams with Kevin Costner. I mean, it's one of the greatest movies ever.
I probably saw it 40 times.
Yeah, exactly. And everyone should see it at least 40 times. It's just incredible. You know, is Iowa heaven? Yeah, because it grows corn, and the corn is this flowering of that pineal gland within you, this Christ oil, the Christ energy within you that has to rise. And that's why Iowa is heaven. Is this heaven? It's Iowa. Yeah. And that's why Joseph went to Egypt, and that's why Joseph could decode what God's dreams were saying and telling him, and knew that there was a great drought that was coming. And so he dredged the Nile and created all of these canals, and he brought all of this water inland. So in case that there were long periods of time without water, that Egypt would have water. And so when Jacob and his sons, the same sons that sold Joseph to slavery in Egypt, left brain, Jacob said, who crossed the river and was gifted the Holy Land, Jacob said, you have to go to Egypt, for I hear that there is corn in Egypt. And that's Joseph, who's Jesus. Joseph is foreshadowing the coming of Jesus Christ. And that's what Joseph did. He created Iowa in Egypt. Is this heaven? Well, it's Egypt. And soon it will be Iowa in a movie in 1990. Kevin Costner is really cool. It's going to be great. Trust me. It's 100,000 years from now, but it's going to be really great. So it's the one story, right? And so he grows corn in Egypt. And then when his brothers come, they don't even recognize Joseph. And Joseph's like, wow, you did this to me and you don't even recognize me. And then Joseph got it. In that moment, he got it. And he said, wow, I'm not mad at them. They didn't do this to me. God asked me to do this. And God asked me to do this because he knew I was strong enough to do this. God needs boots on the ground. And Joseph, in that moment of the many-colored jacket, Joseph said, oh my goodness, God called me. I answered. They did what they had to do, and I forgive them. Holy shit.
Wow. That is so beautiful. Wow. I love it. Thank you.
And it's what we have to do. It's what we have to become. You have to start looking at your life this way, that sometimes some of the things that occurred were necessary. And that's why Sylvester Stallone made Rocky. Obstacles. And he fought against all the obstacles to defeat the undefeatable heavyweight champion of the world. And he did it with one punch at a time, one step at a time, one thing. That's what and people make fun of Sly Stallone, not that smart of a guy. Are you kidding? Guy's a
genius.
He's a genius. He could have done grandiose stuff, but he didn't, because he was trying to help.
Our president.
He was trying to help. He was trying to help the everyday person.
Right.
Yeah. Absolutely.
That's right.
Just like President Trump and what's going on right now.
Yeah.
And the reason why until now we haven't started to feel the pain is because President Trump's been in between them and us. Yeah. And there's never been a truer statement. And you realize we're going to start feeling, guys. And if you haven't started feeling, you need to get used to it. I mean, it's just like Sly and Rocky, who took the hellacious beating to get to one punch. You know, I don't know how simple that really is, considering everything that's going on in the world around us right now. You know, it had meaning that carried on.
It is the perfect allegory. You just need to see that in a world of evil, you have to put the truth in allegories, in metaphors. You have to symbolize the truth, or it doesn't get made, because you can't plainly come out. You can't, again, John Lennon, George Harrison, they had to write their songs allegorically, or they would have been killed right then and there on the spot. They never would have been given 20 years to be able to then. And what did they do? They surgically dissected the church. They both went after organized religion first, because they knew that was the greatest sin. Doing this stuff to the Bible, doing this stuff to the sacred feminine, doing this stuff to who Jesus clearly is sick beyond description. These are the worst things that can be done, because you're harming our children. You're targeting our children. And what ML was saying about everything that's happened and why everything that's happened, it's not as complicated as you think, and it's about they needed this land and these resources way over in Europe and stuff. No, it's back home in America. America was always, remember, the real Freemasons are the Knights Templar, and the Knights Templar are the Gnostics and the Essenes. They're all good guys. And the original Freemason plan, and those are the people that were the first founding fathers of America who created the Constitution. The greatest living document at the hands of man that has ever been created is the American document that is the Constitution. It is the greatest construction of man. High vision. And what was the plan? For America to become the new Atlantis. Now, you have to know that Atlantis existed and that these bloodlines of purity all come from Atlantis, or you can't make the statement that America is going to be second Atlantis.
Let me tell you, Charlie, I've known about these bloodlines, and this is why. I'm Basque. And in the Basque community, we've known that we're one of the lost tribes of Israel. We've known. So let me tell you something that happened to me. So in 2010, I had a series of events with the Archangel Raphael. I didn't know why I was being ministered to, but I was. I had 3 different experiences. Then in 2012, February 2012, I had an audience with the Savior. And at that time, oh goodness, sorry. When I had my audience with the Savior, he called unto me and he said, my sweet Elias, my sweet Elias. And I knew within my heart, my soul, and my spirit, because that is the name, that's my eternal name, the Heavenly Father gave to me. We all have it. We all have our own, we all have a divine name inseared into our soul. And when he whispers it, you'll know it. You know it. And when he called me my sweet Elias, I wept because I wasn't worthy to be in his presence. I wept and I wept. And he held me steady and he held me so that I wouldn't collapse. And he gave me words of comfort and words of wisdom. And he placed his hands on my head and he gave me a blessing. And he commissioned me to seek out those that are broken in heart and broken in spirit and tell them that I live. Bear witness and testify that I live. And after I had my sacred experience with him, I had suffered a series of medical issues that happened where I had to get my blood checked on a regular basis because I was on Coumadin at that time. My blood type was an O positive. After I'd had my experience with the Savior, I went back to get my blood checked as a routine. On 4 different occasions, I had to go back to the doctor's office to get my blood done over and over again because there was a mishap at the lab. On the 4th time, my doctor called me in and said, I really need to talk with you, ML. There's something I need to discuss with you about your blood workup. So I thought, this doesn't sound like it's going to be good news. So I go in and my doctor says, what's your blood type? And I said, it's O positive. He says, well, that's what's on your medical records. He said, but we've drawn your blood 3 times and sent them off to 3 different labs. He said, and every one comes back AB negative with the RH negative factor in it. And he said, I don't know how this is possible. And I said, I have a good idea, but you probably wouldn't believe me if I told you. But I know, because see, my family history, Charlie and Colleen, on my maternal side were the ones that helped found and start the Mormon Church, and they were heavily involved in the Masonic Brotherhood, still are to this day. As I was growing up, I was being groomed to take my rightful place in the hierarchy of the Mormon Church and the Masonic Brotherhood, and I didn't want anything to do with that. I was kind of like, I guess, the black sheep of the family, for a good reason. I just felt there was something not right during that whole thing. My father's side is the Basque. I was restored through my audience with the Savior. My blood was restored to the holy bloodline, because we understand in the Basque community we belong to the holy bloodline. And that's why I have a greater understanding of certain historical events within the Basque community. We very well acknowledge Atlantis. We understand the Tartarian civilization and what transpired there. We understand that there was 1,000 years added to humanitarian's timeline.
Mhm.
So I just thought I'd share that.
Wow.
Love you, brother. Thank you for sharing that again. Thank you
You
so
bet.
much.
Absolutely. Wow. That I did not know any of that. And that is a beautiful story of your journey. And
Yeah, the chat room's going crazy with for you and what you just shared. So thank you.
You're
So,
welcome.
absolutely.
Listen, ML, the stories that have people have reached out to Colleen and I over the last 5 years about what's happened to them with their AB negative blood is just incredible. Kids being identified in hospitals that they've got AB negative blood, and then suddenly whatever problems that they had got worse, and they were needed to be taken to specialty hospitals out of Canada and brought down into New York for special hospitals for special treatment. And then they came back, and then a few of them said, like, the doctors were saying that there's something not right about your blood in the system. We tested it and it's not showing the same as it was. And so what they're doing is they're draining, they're vampires, and they're draining these kids of their divinity, this divine AB negative blood that's within them. You just need to know. That's why when you go to a hospital, that's why everything's going to fall. This will shock so many people, but you just need to know schools are not what that they appear to be. Hospitals are not what they appear to be. Doctors and doctor offices are not what they appear to be. Dentists and dental offices are not what they appear to be. Everything has to fall, and a righteous way has to replace it, and it will. And that everything exists already in nature, and that you won't need these middlemen. You just need to be awakened to all that is necessary. And it's quite simple through God and our Sacred Mother's creation. It really is. But that's what we found, ML, is just story after story of people saying of their with AB negative blood, and suddenly they have problems, and suddenly they had to be taken to these special places. And wow, it's a war, and it's a blood war. And again, this goes all the way back to Cain and Abel. Absolutely. And like we said, we figured it out with the names. Cain and Abel is cannibal, and Cain didn't just eat Abel, he drank Abel. And that's what they've been doing ever since. That
Yes.
demons to survive need our pure virgin Abel blood. And that's what they've been doing. And they choose children because it's the cleanest and it's the purest. And folks, listen, again, everything has to fall. Hospitals, doctors, folks, all of this abortion stuff. What do you think this has been about? Okay, still all the stillborn babies that were suddenly became a huge problem in the westernized world. All these stillborn babies, you just don't know the truth. You don't know the truth about all of this, because what they found is that these babies just born, or even before they were born, were so much purer, and that they were worth so much. And so to get mother, and that's why now in so many of these states, they're basically saying, yeah, you're a day away from pregnancy, no problem, come on up, and we'll give you an abortion, kind of thing, because that's what they're looking for. They're looking for that level of pure blood. And remember, people say it's impossible because everybody would have to be in on it. Nope. You just need a hospital administrator, and you need the ghouls in the basement, those that are running the mortuary in the basement. They have to be in on this. So you just need the hospital administrator to follow orders, and you need the ghouls in the basement to follow orders. And that's all you need. And everybody else to get a paycheck just follows the company line. And that's what's been going on. It's horrible. It's horrible. And it's all about blood, and they like a certain type of blood, and there's a reason. And it all relates back to Jesus Christ. It does. Everything does. That's why the number 13 is bad luck, and you don't see it anywhere, and don't have it. It's not on planes. It's not in elevators. It's not in these big buildings and stuff. You take the 13 away because they don't want you doing any connection to God or any connection to Jesus Christ. They don't want you to rise.
That's right. That's exactly. They don't want you to understand your true divine being. As we always say, we are spirits having human experiences. And we're not just any spirits, we're divine, eternal spirits. And that's why religion was created, was to diminish our understanding of our divine purposes, to control us. So, and
ML, if anyone struggles with what ML is saying, how is it possible that the church is 0 for 4 on all the big ones? So here comes the first, it's a fastball right down the middle of the plate, and it's called globular earth. Now, the Bible teaches nothing but flat earth, the firmament, and that the earth is never moved. Strike one, they missed. Okay, yep. Oh, that's not a good start for religion. And then, the next one, and it's evolution, which is anti-God, anti-Jesus Christ, anti-Bible. And then over the years, they're just locked, stock, and barrel with evolution now. The church is just like, handed right, they're all about these different types of humans going away, ape man and all this. It's incredible. And they're supposed to be the holy ones that are, the voice of the Bible and stuff. It's the exact opposite. It's the exact strike two. You missed. These are huge, big softball pitches, and you've missed on the first two. And then they just keep coming. These big stories, these big narratives, these big lies, and the church has swung and missed on every single one of them. They have not. That's how you know. That's how you know what ML was just saying is absolutely so, because they are on the wrong side of everything. And remember, it's all in the Bible, and they're supposed to be the experts of the Bible, and they're supposed to be protecting the Bible. They're supposed to be protecting Jesus Christ and God, but they're on the wrong side of all of this. Strike 4, you're out.
There you go. Very well said. Very well said, brother. I just love being with you. You too are such a joy. Your spirits are so beautiful. I love being with you. I'm telling you, 2 years ago, I started listening to your teachings. And I think I actually go farther back, because you guys were doing stuff 4 or 5 years ago. And I started looking at all your older videos with Santos Bonacci. And that's where I first started understanding admiralty laws and things like that. And I thought, my gosh, this is absolutely amazing. But the context in which you made things so much more clear itself, it was just amazing, absolutely amazing. And I think if anything, this whole COVID thing that's happened, if anything, it's given us all a chance to take a step back, take a deep breath, disengage from religiosity and start tapping into our spirituality. And I'm seeing a lot of people not returning to those pews, because they finally understand who their divine purpose is, what they're supposed to be doing, that they don't need to pay the 10% just to stay in the good faith of God, as they're told in the pews and stuff like that, of course. So, Mike and I talked about this last night. I was talking to a beautiful lady yesterday with our business. Her name is Tatiana, and her and her husband had moved here from Russia, I don't know, 20 years ago, perhaps. They came here for the American dream. They came here, they wanted to experience the American dream. They become very successful in their own right. They lived up to the American dream. And she told me yesterday, she's ML. She goes, we're very, very concerned. Even in Russia, we're watching what's happening in our country, the United States right now, because we're very concerned. Because those of us that moved here to get away from oppression and have the American dream, we were starting to experience and starting to see what's happening here from what we left from. And she said, how can this happen in this greatest land? The land of milk and honey. How can this happen here? And I asked her, I said, well, Tatiana, are you familiar with our politics? Are you familiar with our true history of our country? And she said, very much so, because we've known about the Cabal, we've known about the Illuminati for decades over in Russia. It's very openly discussed. It's not a secret itself. And so then you can understand how over time society and our humanity has been chipped away little by little by little, and how let's face it, communism is Satanism, and Satanism is a branch of Luciferianism, and it eroded every fabric of our society in every possible way. And like what we were talking about earlier, the roles of the divine masculine and the divine feminine in the homes. Well, now look what's happened. Men don't know if they're women. Women don't know if they're men. They don't know if they're half this, half that, or anything else like that. They're completely confused about their identity. They're in a major identity crisis anymore. And I think the churches have played a really good role in disconnecting when they're supposed to be helping us connect with God. They've done a masterful job in helping us to disconnect from God, because these churches have become the 501c3 corporations, are beholden to the federal government and their mandates. They have no choice.
It is absolutely so. And no one can argue with this. To be able to have your tax-free status, it comes with signing your life away. So your soul. And so all of these churches that sign the document and become tax exempt are selling their soul. And remember, these governments they're not governments of the people, for the people, by the people. These are governments of the cabal. They're all, everyone in the world is now fake corporations. So it's not the United States for America, it's the corporation of the United States of America. It's fake, it's a phony.
So every system has been having an identity crisis.
Yes.
They've been wondering, who do I identify with? And gee, let me take some time out to think about this. Do I identify as a man or woman, or godly person, or I don't know. So absolutely. And what's happening is this transition that's taking place in this moment for those of us who are awakened to it, and those of us who aren't awakened yet don't see it yet, but they will. The transformation that is going to be happening, it's going to take some time. It's going to take some time. And that's we're talking about uprooting religion, which has been supposedly our foundation, but it hasn't been. It's been flipped upside down. So that's going to take, it just gives me goosebumps just thinking about, how this is going to unnerve so many people, but it has to happen, and we have to be prepared for it. We the people, like Charlie was saying earlier with Mike, that it's religion on the streets, and it's we the people will bring back balance to we the people through God, right?
Yeah.
So it has to happen. It's going to happen, whether anybody's prepared or not. It's going to happen. And I think that's why it's taking so long, because we have to be more prepared than we are. We can't just you can't throw a kid into a pool before he's ready to swim. I mean, he'll just drown. So this is why it's taking so long. And that's why we saw Australia in this moment, where there's just hundreds of thousands of people standing up.
Yeah.
Finally, because they've been oppressed.
Wow.
Yep.
To such a degree that they just can't take it anymore. The heat is too hot. And
think about it. It was only 10 years ago they gave up their guns. They gave up their arms to defend themselves. 10 years ago was not very long. And after that happened, the downslide took place in Australia's world. I mean, that was it. And that's the only thing that has kept our nation where we're at right now, is we have the largest freestanding army because of the patriots that are out there right now. That's the only thing that's kept us from being invaded, but we have been invaded. Let's face it, internally we've been invaded, of course, for going on decades, but nonetheless, that's what's kept us having at least some bastion of freedom in place right now itself. And this is what Mike and I were talking about on his chat channel, was why are we not assembling? Why are we not gathering in full force and doing the same thing that our counterparts and our brothers and sisters are doing all over the world? And an individual came on and said, you know what, I would love to do that. I would do that. He says, but I don't feel like I would be protected to be able to, my right to freedom and assemble is not there. And I feel scared because look at all these brothers and sisters who are still imprisoned after January 6th. They're not getting their due court process. They're not getting any due process whatsoever afforded to them by the Constitution right now. And I can understand that. We do not have that ability right now to do that. But it's interesting. We have these patriot events that are happening all over our country that people go to, and they feel good for, you know, a few hours, but when they come home, they're deflated because they don't know what to do from that point forward, because there's really no plan of action put forward and there's no execution of a plan of action put forward. So they don't know what to do. So what do? They pony up their money for the patriots and pay their 1995, thank you very much. And they get intel that they can get anywhere else for free on top of it. But they feel like, hey, I'm doing my part. I'm contributing here. I'm contributing there. I'm donating money here, donating money there. And it's sad. This is where our patriotism has gone in our nation. We're having to pay to be patriots.
Oh my God.
Mike's pretty quiet over there. Did he fall asleep on us?
No, sir. No, sir. I will tell you, you know, I'm trying to keep the smile in the best I can, because I know once I start smiling, I'm going to forget everything that I'm hearing and just bask in the joy and the grace that is flowing right through me right now as I listen to y'all talk. And, you know, to piggyback a little bit of what ML was saying last night in our conversation, you know, I did the best that I could, and I know God gave me each and every word that came out of my mouth to respond to this gentleman that felt like we couldn't go in the streets because we weren't protected, but we are protected.
We are.
Okay, we are, and that's been the calling: bring the church back to the streets, wear the full armor of God, with and don't be shy about it. Be bold. And he's calling us into the streets to be bold. And you know, it's times like that when people, they don't necessarily need a harsh word, but they need the love of God to swarm around them and pick them up and let them know they are protected. And that's, you know, that was my message in response to him last night. You know, if we don't take 20 seconds of courage and come together in unity through Christ, our life is not going to change. We're going to be left at the 3D level, and we're going to have to wait till the next go around if we survive it.
You're right. That's exactly right, brother.
When the church sold the soul to the church soul to the government here in the physical alley, that's the moment they reached down each and every one of his throats and pulled our heart out. Like Charlie and I were talking about earlier, you know, and we stood for it. We allowed it to happen. Now is the largest opportunity and the show of love and grace from God himself to take those things back and be righteous and godly.
That's right.
Yeah, you know, it's here's a perfect segue back into some of the movies and things we're going to talk about tonight. But Christopher Nolan's trilogy of Batman is completely 100% white hat, and it just ties in perfectly, because the allegory of Bruce Wayne is John F. Kennedy Jr. and the Wayne family are the Kennedy family, and Gotham is America, and it plays out so beautifully. And again, in that story, just, you know, to reiterate both to what Mike just said and what ML's been saying as well, is that you take a look at that story, is that you had the righteous family come, step up, spend their own money, put their lives on the line, and create a bright future, a bright reality in the moment for Gotham, for America. And then violently, in plain sight, in public, in the daytime, they were shot and killed on the streets of America, on the streets of Gotham, and then this righteousness was taken down, and America fell into this spell, this black magic spell, and this cesspool, and everybody's trying to suck for cess. Cess is shit. So what are you doing, sucking for shit? That's what success is with the Cabal. You're just sucking shit. So I'm not sure why you would ever want to do that. And so in the movie, Bruce Wayne, what does he do? Fakes his death. I mean, come on, folks. work with me here. That's exactly what happened. Okay. At a young age, he fakes his death. He disappears. He has to learn. He has to learn his enemy, because you have to know your enemy better than
He
you
has
know.
to face his fears.
That's right. And he has to face his fears. And so when Alfred says to Bruce Wayne, why bats, Master Wayne? Why bats? Because bats frighten me. And it's time my enemy shared my dread. Do you not get it? Do you not get it? Whatever your greatest fear is, they've done it to you. They've made you fear nature. They've made you fear everything.
Ironically, it's a bat from Wuhan that gave us
Yeah, that's right.
hello.
Right.
Yep.
AIDS, you've got people taking jet planes to Africa and screwing monkeys and then coming back. You will believe anything.
Ebola.
You will believe anything that these people say on mainstream media. Anything they say, no matter how stupid it is, and you'll believe it. And that's the sad
Because
reality.
when they went in and they took our heart out, they also pulled out the common sense.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's
Because
exactly right.
the silver cord is attached to
You
the
said
heart.
a mouthful.
Exactly right. So in the Batman movie, he fakes his own death. He goes and learns the enemy. And then what does he say? What does he say? Bruce Wayne says, Alfred, I cannot just be Bruce Wayne, because a single man can be ignored, denied, can be taken out, whatever. I have to be something bigger than just one man. I have to be an idea. Q.
Anon.
That's right.
Who created Anon, I wonder?
Mm-hmm.
Perfect allegory for what's going on.
V for Vendetta. Why is that mask the same? I'm so sorry.
Bruce Wayne, Kennedy's, and it can't be Bruce Wayne, can't be John F. Kennedy Jr., it can't be the Kennedys, it has to be a symbol for something that is right. Q.
That's right.
The 17th letter of the alphabet. What's the 17th book of the Bible?
Mm-hmm.
Have you read it? Do you know what's being said there?
Well, what about the lost gospels of Q?
Wow.
Yeah. I mean,
Wow.
hello, you want to understand more about Christ and our divine nature and purpose? We've been encouraging people, please go find a copy of the Lost Gospels of Q. You will be blown away about what's being kept from you.
Yeah. And that's why Mike and ML are not as shocked and overtly repulsed by some of the things that Colleen and I teach, because they've done the work and they've gone to source and they're going, oh, wow, okay, wow. And that's what's being said. The things that we've been sharing with you are coming divine from source, which is where it has to come from.
That's
so, right. So the Batman movies, and he does all of this, and he fights so long that he forgets why he's fighting, and he loses himself, and it takes his bane. Get it? Bane is his bane. It's his kryptonite. It takes his kryptonite to be, and this is with why Sylvester Stallone continued with Rocky, because he lost the eye of the tiger after a while, and you got to find it, and you can only find it through your bane again. And so he gets thrown. Bruce Wayne gets thrown in the third movie into the pit of hell, and he's lost. Nobody knows him anymore. He's gone forever. Nobody's ever escaped out of it. And then what does he find? He finds that there's no way out unless you forego the rope. And then that section where you have to jump is called the leap of faith. And what Mike just said and what ML was talking about are true, my friends. Nothing is going to change until, this is why Colleen and I have taught this steady for 2 years now. Until you take the leap of faith, which is to let everything go, and you could die. Your family could starve by just saying, okay, I need to fight against this evil, and I don't know where my money's going to come from, and my children could starve. Being a great dad is the number one thing in importance to me in the world, but I have to do this. That's that moment. That's that moment that you leapt, and you couldn't see the other side. You didn't know that you were going to make it, but you had faith in God. You knew that you had something to do, and you trusted. that that was the right thing to do. And my friends, when you cast your net to the right, every single time you cast, doesn't matter how far the chasm is, you're going to make that jump. You're going to make it, because all it takes is a breath of God, the wind, the breath of God, and you will span any distance. You will climb any height. You will surpass any obstacle, because that's what God wants from you. But it's free will, which means that you have to start this journey. And it all starts with a leap of faith. At some point, you have to say, like people are doing in Australia now, it's the same thing that has to happen everywhere. You have to say, I don't know where my next paycheck's going to come from. I don't know where our food's going to come from 3 weeks from now, but I got to do this. And you do. And the leap of faith, I swear to you, you will not be let down. You will find whatever you need to find, because he's the creator, not some big bang bullshit that everything came out of nothing, and that it's just an infinite cold space, that there's nobody who loves you and nobody who cares, and it's all random bullshit. God loves you. God created you. He is your true father. And this is what you're here to do, is to say, I'm all in with God. And in that moment that you say, I'm all in with God, that's the leap of faith. It is. It is. And you have to do this. And you will never, ever go lack again, because God is abundance. It's his creation. It's his earth. He created everything in abundance. You'll never be lack again. Lack is their system. And that's the symbology of the Bruce Wayne trilogy, the John F. Kennedy Jr. trilogy in the Batman series, is that at the end, he had to take the leap of faith. And then what comes after that is nothing short of poetry. It's just like poetry. That's like 40, there's like 45 minutes, Trump left in the movie at that point. And for 45 minutes, he's Jesus Christ. He's Jesus Christ. He comes back, and Catwoman says to him twice, it's like, you don't owe these people anything more. You've given everything that you could possibly give to them. Just leave. I'll go with you. Let's just leave and let's get out of here. And he goes, I haven't given them everything. Not yet. Not yet. What did I say on the show last night, or whatever our last show was 2 nights ago, whatever it was? And what did I say? Jesus Christ wasn't trapped. That was the Friday night show that we did with Mike as well. Jesus Christ wasn't trapped by the elders of the church. He wasn't imprisoned and couldn't get out of it. He allowed what happened to happen. If he wanted to turn the city of Jerusalem upside down, he could have easily turned the entire rock structure of Jerusalem upside down. Those are the powers of Jesus Christ. He let it happen. He's not weak. He's strong beyond description. That's why in Gethsemane, in the Garden of Gethsemane on the Mount of Olives the night before, he's going through this process of, God, please help me, please, because he knows he has to be all in. The faith has to be there in that. He knows what's coming. He knows what he's going to experience. Please, God, give me this, give me the strength. Please, God, give me the strength. Please, God, give me the strength. Please, God, give me the strength and the wisdom to know. And he did. And he did all of that for us, not out of weakness, not because he's weak and vulnerable, because he is strong as can be. Strength. That's what Bruce Wayne did. And he drives the plane over the ocean and it blows up, but he saves everybody else. And he died. Or did he? Or did he? Did he double fake his life? Because he started by faking his death, and he doubled, and then they show, I mean, come on, wake up. They can only do so much. They're putting the truth of what's going on in plain sight. But at some point, you've got to meet them halfway and go, oh, this is a calm. Yeah, it's a calm.
It's a calm. That's for sure. Just like, what did we have happen this week? The significant event with Kyle Rittenhouse, right? Perfect example. There's so much images, CGI images now that are coming out. There's photographs showing that Kyle was actually a crisis actor coming all the way back to Sandy Hook and so forth. So this was another comms Operation PSYOP put on by the White Hats again itself. And I know people feel a little deflated, feel like, well, gee whiz, we've been put together one more time here. We've got emotionally invested into something you did. It's all part of the movie. You guys got to understand what this is. And there's some amazing comms that are happening right now. You know, Mike and I tell people, you know, the intel isn't dried up. It depends on where you're looking for that intel. There's plenty of intel that's being given to us, plenty of comms that are being given to us. You just got to look in the places where it's happening at and quit going to the individuals who are claiming they have it all when they don't have anything to provide to you, actually.
Why do you think people have it all? Because it's that centering. It's that being still and quiet enough to listen to God's word, to listen to him speak to you, to allow him to show his face.
Yep.
Right. 100%. 100%.
Yeah, our Father is kind, and so it all works on kindness, and so we have to take the first step. And again, in that movie, I cannot tell you no. This is why I believe so strongly that Morgan Freeman is Jimi Hendrix. I really believe that very, very strongly because
Wow.
the movies the roles that Morgan Freeman has taken on in the last 10 years in particular are all just the biggest, most important, and he's such a gifted actor. But he's not acting because he can't fool me, and he believes everything that he's saying, and he's just completely in alignment with God and God's teaching. And in the movie, Evan Almighty, where Evan is asked by God to build an ark.
That's a great movie.
We learn the hard way. You learn the hard way that an ark is a single random act of random kindness is the ark. And so, okay, well, maybe you didn't need to build it, but it's a good lesson for everyone. It was a great, important lesson for you because you asked in the beginning, you wanted to be closer with your family. Do you think God waves a magic wand and gives you closeness with your family, or does he give you an opportunity to become close?
Gives you the choice.
To be all in. And so that's what that family had to do. You're sounding and looking like a nut, but you're my husband. We are a family, and I got to trust, and I got to see you through on this. And every time that Morgan Freeman speaks as God in that movie, it is genius. Like it's as if God wrote those lines himself, because I'm not kidding you. Every single thing he says, you need to watch that movie again and again. And you can, just as an example, just go to every single scene with Morgan Freeman and listen and listen and listen and learn, because I kid you not, this is like straight coming from the mouth of God. It is so accurate. It is so beautiful. It is so perfect what is being said in that movie. That is just that they're gifts by people, and you can't write this stuff unless you're doing this stuff, unless you were raised in this stuff, unless you're all in with God. You can't write this stuff because you can't know this stuff unless you're doing it. And if you're doing it, that's the connection to God. That's why Mike knows what he knows. That's why ML just shared that incredible story with us, because what they're both saying, the same thing, the same story that Colleen and I have, which is that we said we know nothing, we're tired of knowing nothing, and our lives are not having great purpose and meaning, and we just want to know you. Tell us what to do. And it started with an unbelievable earthquake that almost brought our house down here in Mexico, in an area where there's never been an earthquake. And it almost brought our house to the ground. And it was God shaking us to our foundations and saying, you have to start
we needed
at scratch. We needed it.
We needed it. We needed to be shook. We needed our world to be cracked.
Yeah.
So that we could start repairing it with the truth.
I didn't want to do this. And I was happy to just be an author hiding. I didn't even want to show my picture. And I just wanted to write these books and to do it anonymously. And I didn't want any of this. And Colleen was the one who was saying, no, you need to do this. And then the earthquake happened. I was like, okay, I hear you.
Well, we all have a a few of those moments in our life where we need to be shaken up from our slumber itself. And, you know, I think Mike and I try to do Heavenly Father's will in every episode that we do, because I think we've agreed that our role isn't so much to bring, you know, intel per se. Our role is to more help restore hope and faith in our nation, with our brothers and our sisters, because we understand the pain that they're going through. We understand the emotional pain that they're going through. And at the end of the day, we are our brother's keeper, no matter what. It doesn't matter if you don't like what we have to say, we love you. It doesn't matter if you feel that you have certain animosity towards us for whatever reason. We love you. It doesn't matter if there's other truthers are out there who feel like they have to stay relevant. And the way they stay relevant is by attacking us, because it's okay. I'm not upset at you. I love you. It doesn't matter. You know, when you're in the service of the Most High Elohim, you're going to take some arrows in the back occasionally. It's what it's called. It's part of the divine service. We call that the fellowship of the suffering in Christ. And, you know, I'm going to let you go because I'm just getting emotional here. So I just need to gather my composure. I'm sorry.
No, never be sorry, because
Absolutely.
the one that is authentic is the one who's telling the truth. The ones that are constantly plastering on that fake smile and that fake message every single time are the phony ones. Because you know, this dualistic life is a bit of a roller coaster ride, and we go up and we go down. We're supposed to, but we're supposed to navigate all of this with dignity and with grace. But if you don't have God, and if you don't have the mother within you, then where is our dignity? Where is our authenticity? Where is our grace? It's gone. They know what they're doing. They're good at what they do, and what they do is pure evil. Go ahead, Mike.
Those two understandings, those two words, and the understanding that go along with those two words, dignity and grace, is part of what's left us all, and is by their design that has happened.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Wrap your minds around this. Like this is, you talk about the great theft of all time. This is what has been done, and they've orchestrated it. So see, again, we don't judge you, and we're not angry. We're frustrated at times for sure, but we're not angry at you, and we don't hate you, and we're not blaming you, because when you're attacked from the moment you're born, what chance do you have? It's just that when you know better, now you have to do better. Right? So that's the thing. Be careful with Mike and ML. Be careful with Colleen and Charlie, because if you come to these shows, you're going to hear truth. And once you hear the truth, you'll know it, because everybody has the silver cord inside of you that rings the golden bell inside. And, oh man, that is the truth. Yeah. And and once you know better, you have to do it. That's when you're going to get judged. If you know better and you choose not to do better, is judgment day. But you're doing that. God's not doing that. You're doing that. So you have nothing but forgiveness from God and from Christ in your ignorance. But when you know better, you had better do better, because that's what this journey and this ride is all about. When you choose not to do better, there's no other way of putting it. That's Satanism. You're becoming slowly Satan. And folks, come on. Why do you think that there's human DNA in McDonald's and these fast food restaurants? Why are they finding human meat in these fast food restaurants? Why are they finding?
Were feeding us zombies.
That's right.
Why are Pelosi and Biden all about these certain ice cream companies? Because there's blood and human parts in their ice cream. Why did they push pepperoni pizza on everyone? Why is it pepperoni? Because there's human beings in pepperoni. If you guys haven't seen the 1974 movie with Charlton Heston, Soylent Green. If you have not seen Soylent Green, better download it tonight and watch it tomorrow, because that's what's happening. And it was going to happen in a big way. I mean, it was, and the movie was set in the year 2020. By the way, this is all taking place in New York City in 2020. And he's crying, Charlton Heston's crying because he sees an apple, because nobody's seen an apple. It's all just processed food. Soylent Green. There's Soylent Red, Soylent Blue, and Soylent Green. And then Charlton Heston, who's a law enforcement officer, is investigating a murder of a Kabbalistic minion who wants to be killed, and so has his death created. And he's investigating this, and he finds that the guy is so guilty for what he's been doing, and then he just follows the clues. And what does he find? And that's the great scene at the end of the movie where Charlton Heston screams out, "Soylent Green is people!" And he goes to the factory, and this is where all the dead bodies are going. They're going to a factory, and it's all going into our food. Why are they finding blood in red wine?
Mm-hmm.
They're turning you into them. They are vampires.
Very expensive bottles of red wine.
Yeah, they're cannibals and they're vampires, and they are putting what they do and what they want. So you have to better start taking a hard look at everything, because everything is upside down.
Yeah. Well, I can remember the show that you guys did. It was about the New Silk Road.
Wow.
So profound. I think I watched that thing 5 or 6 times to really absorb everything you laid out there, Charlie. It was so profound, the New Silk Road. And then I actually have an old son that's older who works for Walmart. And I told him, and that's why he's left Walmart. That's why he's leaving Walmart, is because of all this information. He doesn't want to be associated with an organization like that anymore itself. But it was so profound. And I encourage all your listeners to go back and try and find that video. It's probably a year and a half old, I think, somewhere around, maybe at least a year old. But it's all about the New Silk Road. One of the most comprehensive, well-documented things I've ever seen. Very profound.
Yeah,
and it lays out exactly what you're talking about. It lays it out perfectly, what you're talking about right now.
So again, you talk about conspiracy theory and how big this is, right? Walmart is constructed. I mean, so all this shitty products and lower prices, everything that it does helps to destruct America and Americana, which is, trusting your local hardware store and these relationships that you have with people, and you shake hands. I don't have the money, not a problem, just shake my hand. And this is how we do business. This is how we're supposed to do business with these families that have been in business, doing business the right way through a handshake for a long, long time. And then Walmart comes into town. And so it works on so many levels. But if you haven't watched the video, we start with Epstein Island, Ghislaine Maxwell, and the arrest of Ghislaine Maxwell.
Which her trial is starting, right?
That's right. Yeah.
And this is watch the water. She's feminine. Watch the water, because once the flood begins, you cannot stop it. And she's tied to Wuhan, China. And we've had hints everywhere that the dam has already been broken and that the flooding has occurred and stuff. And now there's flooding all over the place, like we talked about at the beginning of the show tonight in Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. And there's flooding all over the place now. Watch the water, because water is cleansing, is the age of Aquarius, is truth, and you can't hold the lies anymore. That's why Mike's saying God is coming, and he is, and there's nothing that you can do about it, because this is the age of truth, and the lies have got nowhere to hide. So they're all going to be exposed. So watch the water. And so what we find is that to be able to control all of these people, you have to own them. And it can't just be having an affair, because nobody cares anymore, because most Christians are having affairs, and it's just totally good. So that doesn't work. And so then even the homosexual thing is just so commonplace now that doesn't work. So how do you get them? and it's kids, and kids, it's unforgivable. It's just, it's the unforgivable sin, the unforgivable act. And that's why they did it. And do the math. There's 208 different nations across the earth, and there's thousands, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of minions in every single country.
But this isn't something new. This isn't something they just
No.
started doing. When you look back and you see the ancient statues and the ancient pictures,
Mhm.
ancient, whatever that means, right? We're looking at large people with babies and chawing them down, and the stories that you get. This is not a new practice.
No.
It goes right back from Cain and Abel. So these people, yeah, have been doing this for a very long time, and they got really good at hiding their acts of horror.
Well, that's what the Khazarians did. That's why the Khazarians kept getting banished and banished. I mean, they kept getting banished over hundreds and hundreds of different countries would banish the Khazarians, and because of the abominations that they kept incurring, and they would bring those with them everywhere they went. And they were masters of deceit, masters at hiding what they were doing itself. Master Mahan, you know, they were sons of perdition from the very beginning. You know, absolutely.
Well, that's why our history has been defamed as well. I mean, Christopher Columbus, that's not the true story we're told in history, but
No.
you know, they covered up his pedophilia and his crimes against humanity and made him into this thing so nobody would know, you know.
Yeah, or the fact that Christopher Columbus sailed the ocean blue in 1492 to discover, or in many people's eyes, invent an entire land that housed 60 million inhabitants. He didn't discover anything. They were already there. It's like he's some kind of genius. It's like, no, you're last to the party, asshole. Get lost. Go someplace else. Like they make him out to be a genius, and that it's our right to come over there and take it because we discovered it. There's 60 million people that were already there. Get lost.
Yeah. And what's even more fascinating is the true history of this nation. You know, what was it? Right around the turn of a century, I think there was this explorer. His last name was Kincaid, and he was floating down, whichever river it's in the Grand Canyon, and he was just, you know, fishing. But what does he find? He's going through and he's walking through, and he finds this dwelling, this cave dwelling in the side wall of the Grand Canyon. And he goes in there, and he traveled for what he said for seemed like a few hundred yards. And what does he see? He sees some magnificent relics of ancient Egyptian, ancient Roman relics, hardware. I mean, he's like, now, wait a second. Why would this stuff be sitting in here of all things? Well, what does he do? He makes the mistake and tells a couple people, who tells the Smithsonian Institute. We know what the Smithsonian Institute, they love to cover our history. All right. So they come in, they take it, and then they seal up this hole in the side of the cave so nobody can ever find it ever again. So there's pieces of our own history on this own land that a lot of people are not aware of. And that's why I keep talking about the Tartarians. We need to understand this great race of the Tartarians that once were. You know, there's lots of strong evidence that shows that the Tartarians lived during the millennial reign of Christ. And it's pretty fascinating when you start understanding the timelines and what they've done to our humanitarian timelines, and they've added to us. And so our brothers and sisters in the Christian community that are waiting, we're here in these apocalyptic events that they think are unfolding right now. Those have already happened. Those happened a long time ago. And I was sitting with a brother last week in Florida, and I asked him a really simple question. I said, brother, can we agree that God is not a God of confusion? He said, absolutely. I said, so if God is not a God of confusion, then how is it that we have three variances of a doctrine called the rapture doctrine? You have your pre-tribulation, your during tribulation, and post-tribulation. So which variation are we supposed to prescribe to? And he said, I didn't. Well, that's a good question. I'm like, well, that shows you right there in and of itself. Philosophies of men mingled with scripture. And that's one of the reasons why we're in the situation we're in right now itself. And I told them the same thing. When the Messiah was with his disciples, And they would ask the master, how shall we know the days in which you shall return to us? And he said, he told them about the signs and the wonders, but he said to them, you shall live to see these things come to pass in your days and in your times. He didn't say 1,000 years. He didn't say 70 generations. He didn't say 2,000 years from now. He said, these things shall come to pass in your day. You shall live to see these things. Or he said, some of you shall see these things come to pass in your day. When we talk about the Bible in our scriptures, I think you're going back to what you and Colleen said. It's simple. It's very simple. And we've confused things by adding too much to it and not looking at the simplistic things that were given to us. But we all have to wake up from our cognitive dissonance and be intellectually honest with ourselves that we've been deceived. We've been deceived for decades, eons, and eons as well. And that's why we're all here trying to do our part to help in this great awakening process that is happening. We have a lot of brothers and sisters, Charlie, who are in fear that their spouse is not awake. They won't wake up. They can't wake them up. We have to remind them it's not their time. It's not in their timeline to be awoken right now. And it's not time for their field to be harvested. Somebody will come along and harvest their field. Have patience, but still love them unconditionally, no matter what, no matter where they're at in their understanding and their discernment. Love them regardless of the fact, because they will awake. They have to, in order to be able to move forward. At some point, they're going to have to be awoke. And everything that you guys are doing is helping along in that path. So thank you very much for doing that.
You're so welcome, ML, and you really bring up a very important point. And I don't know how much you guys want to get into it tonight, but it is very important to say. And these are the kinds of things that Colleen and I are preparing to do after the awakening begins. But the putting of God first has to happen in every facet of your life, or else you're not going to find with any kind of consistency the true love and the commitment and consistency that you're looking for in your life. And this is the thing. When we're being taught that you've got to start dating at 12 now, right? I mean, Ruth Bader Ginsburg wanted it to be legal for men to be able to date, 12-year-old boys and girls. I mean, it's sickening. It's just incredible. But society has constantly pushed this on us at 16, 17. And it's so bad now that at 16, 17, if you're not dating a girl, your parents are literally confronting you saying, are you a queer? Or, or are you a weirdo or something like this? It's sick. It's sick that this pressure that is put on kids to get involved in relationships. And one of the things that we teach is that, what
You
we're
should be
supposed
333 before you date.
exactly is that we're supposed to, when you're born, you're gifted a minimum of 1,000 years, which I absolutely know is true. It's just we're poisoned from the moment we're born. So we're lucky to live 60, 67 years when you're poisoned, but we're miracles, so we do. But we're gifted 1,000 years. And what I always teach and say is that we shouldn't be thinking about dating anyone until at least 333. And if you want to look at it that you live 100 years, then 33, which is what Tolkien in The Lord of the Rings says is the coming of age for the hobbits. The hobbits come of age and begin to look at things like dating and sort of more adult things seriously for the first time in their lives. It's so true. It's such an overlooked genius little clue, calm in The Lord of the Rings, but it's very important. We're rushing ourselves and rushing our children into experiences and decisions and aspects of their physiology that they're not ready for. And the thing is that unless you put God first in your life, and you can't do that properly, realistically, unless you know God. And you can't know God unless you do the work to go within yourself, to silence everything, to deny the out there world and say, I'm not buying into that crap. I know that whatever I'm going to do, I need to do this through God, and I need to find God, and that's on me to do that. And you got to do that. Whatever that looks like, you got to do that. But you can't, because when you finish school, you got to go to university or college. And if you're not, then you need to get a job right away, because you're not staying in my house, kid, any longer, right? You've been a burden. So you're not staying in my house unless you're pulling a wage. And then we're forcing kids into, like, it's insanity. It's insanity. We're giving them zero opportunity to know themselves. So the first thing that every kid who finishes school, I mean, the first thing we should have done is said, you got to go for a minimum of 2 years on a world tour. Here's a backpack, go and try to figure things out, because that's what you got to do. We don't do that. The rat race has to start now. And so kids are getting married, having kids at 17 and 18. They don't know the first, no judgment here, but they don't know the first thing about them. And so then we get married young, and then everything falls apart, because of course it's supposed to. That's the way their system works, supposed to. So then at 30 or 32, you're divorced. And then at 34, 35, you get your second wife. And it's going to be better this time because you know more. But you don't know anything about yourself because you don't know God.
Well, no,
So
you were thinking the problem was that person that you
That-
married.
Exactly. That's right. Yep.
it's going to be better with this one. And then by 38, you're divorced the second time. And then, you're swearing off women. But at 42 or 43, you meet
And
someone
then
and
you've been in
she's
a series of
different.
relationships that aren't working, and it's like, it's them. Why are these
That's right.
weirdos attracted to me all the time?
Right. So what Colleen and I want to share, and this is obviously a series of podcasts down the road, but we're not kidding. Like, for anything to work in your life, and this means relationships, you have to be in with God, and they have to. And you have to meet someone who, like you, says, I love you. I love you as much as any, but God comes first in my life. Wow, that's so cool, because God comes first in my life too. That's how relationships work, because you're on the same path. Because if you put God first, you're on that straight and narrow path, and you will not stray. The further you go, the more work you do. Like, this is literally the truth. This is allegorically true, but this is literally the truth. The longer you go, the years that you go on righteousness, where you're just consistently good, virtuous, righteous, kind in every moment, the longer you go, you get to a point where the path is so straight and it is so narrow, there's no turning back. You can't turn around even if you wanted to, because you've done the work to prevent. And this is an allegory for this temptation coming out of your life. That's what the Bible teaches, what Revelation talks about as well. If you are in with God, if you're doing the work and connected to God, he takes temptation away.
But there's power in momentum, right?
That's right.
Power
Yes.
momentum. So that's what you're creating when you continue this for a duration of time. You're creating that momentum, and there are days you might fall a little bit, but the momentum will help you pick yourself up so much quicker.
I'm telling
it's
you,
like-
it's so simple that, at whatever age it is, you've picked this up, and and if it be now, God bless you, and we're here for you. But whatever age you pick this up, it's so simple as coloring in the lines. It really is.
Well,
Is
It is. And it's like, we did a couple shows, Mike and I did a couple shows, and we would have these beautiful women call in. They were calling in because they were distraught because they couldn't connect with God anymore. They felt they couldn't connect with God. They couldn't connect with individuals. And a lot of these people had been abused. Okay. And I told them, I shared a very personal experience about myself, that when I was a boy, I was abused by my grandfather. I was physically abused because I didn't know it until I became an adult. And when I started understanding trapped emotions, I started understanding these things. And as I started forgiving my grandfather for the abuse, I understood why. And it's because, my mother was impregnated out of wedlock, and my grandfather had hopes for her, but her life went a different path, went in a different trajectory. And because of that, because I was conceived, and threw her off of her trajected path that he wanted her to do, I was the one that received all that anger and all that hate and stuff like that. And even in the womb, as babies, we take all of that negative love, negative energy into us itself, and it manifests, and it's what shapes us as we become children and young adults and into adulthood as well. And I didn't understand why I would react certain ways to certain situations and things like that, even with my own children. I didn't know why I would respond or react a certain way until I started discovering these things about myself. And it's as I told these beautiful sisters, I said, our spirits are fractured sometimes. And I said, our subconscious is very powerful because all the traumas that we've taken in throughout our lives, whether we've witnessed it, we've experienced it firsthand, or others experience it, we absorb it, we take it in, and it's recorded in our subconscious. And then it manifests in other areas in our life. And I said, so we have to learn how to repair our fractured spirit by, one, understanding what it was that happened to us, as painful as it is, forgiving. And forgiveness is a tough thing because it goes against our will, because let's the greatest gift that God gave us when we came here was our free will, our agency. That's what we came here with, that's what we die here with, is our free will and our agency. And it's very hard for us to forgive other human beings because it goes against that will against us, because if we've been so abused, we think into our mind, there's no possible way I can give this person Christ-like forgiveness. There's just absolutely no way that's going to happen. It can happen. It does happen because he did it. He exercised ultimate forgiveness against those individuals, even as he was being whipped in every possible way, abused and tormented. He forgave them every inch and every step of that way. He displayed perfect forgiveness throughout the whole process. And I told them, once we do that, then we can repair and we can do these things by releasing these trapped emotions. And once we let those go, we can reconnect with the Father, we can reconnect with the Savior once again, and you're going to find your life is going to turn around and things will start going in sync the way God intended on you becoming, that woman and that husband and that father and the mother that he intended on you becoming. Things will fall into place itself. But we have to acknowledge that we can't do this alone. We're not in this alone. Like Mike tells everybody, we're not in this alone. There are people here to help you, and I think you're going to find, people that are listening to what I'm saying, there's a lot more of them out there that have gone through those situations themselves. And like you said, Charlie, as men, we're taught to suppress these things. We're taught, just suck it up, don't deal with it, don't get emotional about it, just move on. So we repress these feelings and these things going inside us until it manifests in different ways that we don't want it to manifest. And then we become this man that's not really a man. It's not a divine masculine person, and it's the system was set up that way to lose us into their system so that we couldn't identify and reconnect with our Creator. Once again, it was designed that whole way to keep us from making that final connection with him so that we can truly become that divine person that God intended on us becoming.
If I can add something in there, when you're describing everything you were just saying, the repressed feelings to me are a density, and they weigh you down, and then they keep you from getting higher in frequency to meet God on his level. So it's like a buffer between you and God. These things become so heavy and dense. They're a denseness, and it's a weight, right? And that's why that song, Take the Weight Off Fanny and Put the Load On. It's just, it all makes sense. And it's like when you take, it's an allegory as well, but when you take food into your body that is your body doesn't recognize as food, and most of the stuff we eat is not food, but our body creates a mucus, and then there's a buffer between the cell and allowing the nutrients to come in. So we're starving to death, even though we're eating and eating and eating, because that mucus that's created in our body is stopping the cell from receiving the nutrients. So we become inflamed, and we have inflammation. And then it's just, we do that on an emotional level, and we do that on a physical level. And it's ridiculous, but it's what we've been taught to do. And what a weight has been lifted from us when we realize what it is that is food of the mind and food of the body, and how to deal with our emotions. And everything that we've been taught from the psychoanalysis of Freud and all of their ilk, who are demons, who are pedophiles, who are there. They just wanted us to suffer. So they gave us what was cures and remedies, which weren't, but we believe they were. And people spent, millions of dollars getting this education to be a psychoanalyst. And then they just mess people up with their information, and everyone stays stuck. But it's amazing. It's amazing the system they created, but it's all upside down, and those densities that keep us from that lifting and rising. So when we can understand exactly what it is that we've been living versus what we should be living, it's going to be such a beautiful moment when we begin to rise.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And when you talk about it being upside down, I mean, they have pulled the wool over our eyes so much that we'll go to a marriage counselor that's never been married. Okay. That's never been married.
No.
I mean, I didn't used to think that was ridiculous until I thought about it, and the truth was shown to me. I mean, there's no way you can know God and then teach people about being married and being happy in a relationship and never been married yourself. That's not possible.
How about having kids? Talk to every person that's had a kid, and before they had a kid, what the difference is between what they think is going to happen when they have children. My daughter just had a baby, and you can tell them, but like the Q team says, you got to show them. So they have to live it. And then when they do, they're, I get it. I get it. Yeah.
You were talking about psychotherapy, and psychotherapy is laid at the doorstep of Carl Jung, and Carl Jung disavows everything he did and any of the work he did with Sigmund Freud, and disavows that first phase of his life. But Carl Jung's not allowed to have that. So with history and history books, all you know about Carl Jung is his protege of Sigmund Freud and the father of psychotherapy. And then from a certain point in his life, Carl Jung disavowed all of that, moved away into the countryside, took a tiny little house right by a lake, and then via meditation created the best friend that he's ever had in his life. And he just had a series of conversations, very, similar to, in the Bhagavad Gita, very, very similar. And he has this incredible friend, and through this friend, he has these connections directly to source, to God. And then he writes all this down initially in the Red Book, which is one of the best books that has ever been written and is an absolute must read. But nobody even knows that Carl Jung wrote a book called the Red Book, or he was crazy. He went crazy when he read that stuff. And then so there's just this whole aspect to organized society that only knows the younger Carl Jung, and they're not prepared to have the true Carl Jung. So they just disavow all of it. And he was a nut. He was a kook. And then the Red Book, he says, this is the only truth I've ever written in my life. And it's completely disavowed. So you talk about upside down. You're not even allowed to change. If you're a famous person, you're not even allowed to change. Is how upside down, sick, and diseased this world is. And what did Carl Jung say? Psychotherapy doesn't work because people don't know themselves, and psychotherapists don't know themselves. So how are they supposed to know themselves? And what Carl Jung said is that you can't know yourself until you know your true father. Until you know the creator, you can't possibly know yourself. So what Carl Jung said is that the secret to everything in life, no matter how long it takes, no matter where you have to go, what you have to do, you have to create a connection to God. And what Carl Jung taught is that is in stillness and silence. And again, that is the book of Matthew, and that is chapter 6:6. I mean, it's all right there. And it's in plain sight, but they don't teach that in church. They skip that passage. They skip these key lines. You watch. Colleen and I were watching a really beautiful, really well done by the Mormon Church, a beautiful series of videos that they did, and it's all part of a 4 or 5 hour movie that they did about Christ. Jesus Christ. And there's so much of it that is really, really beautiful, and we really, really enjoy. But we were curious, like, what's going to happen when they get to these key passages that you can't explain away? And what you find is like Jesus on the Mount, Sermon on the Mount, which is the book of Matthew, and then predominantly 5, but 6 as well. And then here's Jesus speaking to the masses on the Mount, and he's 16:15, 16:16, 16:17, 16:18, 16:28, 16:30, 16:31. So what just happened? What? The most important part of and he forgot that part. Oh, okay, too bad. I would have liked it. Well, it's just the way it goes. And that's what they do. They just skip over the parts that they can't win.
Flick editing.
Jesus forgot. Give him a break. He just forgot, plain and simple.
Yeah. Oh, shoot.
And really, really quickly, Colleen was saying earlier that, this plan has been around for a long time because we've known for a long time what they've been doing. Everyone familiar with the Irish, well, I guess originally started as a playwright, but a novelist, and that's Oscar Wilde. And Oscar Wilde was pretty wild. And spent a lot of his time in the left brain and got himself into all sorts of problems. But in those brief glimpses and moments of the right brain, he wrote just pure genius in many of the things that he did, and so much important truth. And there is a novel that he wrote, and it is called The Picture of Dorian Gray. And if you want to learn about adrenochrome and you want to see how far this goes back and what this is all about, that novel by Oscar Wilde is terrifying. And basically in it, the main character he's a hedonist, and he just wants pleasure at all price. So he's an ism, as like ML was saying, he's one of these isms, sensualism or whatever.
Hedonism.
And he's immoral. So he's a socialist, and he's a communist. He's all these things. He's just on the wrong side of everything. And he wants to stay young and beautiful forever, and he doesn't want to grow old. So he makes a deal with the devil, and that he's given a picture, and that this picture will take all of the weight of his sins on the picture. So the weight won't fall on him, but he has to give his soul to the devil when his time comes. And he makes this deal. And it's brutal what he does, and it's homosexuality, and it's children, and it's blood, and it's horrific. And the story is that he gets crazier and crazier, and he's more and more tempted to see the picture, because in the beginning he could see what was happening to the picture, which he knew was supposed to be happening to him, and it really disturbed him, so much so that at a certain point he put the picture into a locked room, and then he began to put more and more locks upon the room, so that in an urge he couldn't just go in and see this, because if he saw what he truly was or what he had become, it would drive him mad. And then eventually, in a fit of madness, he tears off all the locks, and he goes into the room to see the picture, and it drives him absolutely mad, because the picture is so horrific. The picture is so ugly and so horrific. It's all right there for you. this goes back a long
Oscar
way.
Wilde. Kind of a life that he led.
Like I said, he lived a lot in his left carnal brain, but in those glimpses, moments of his right brain, he spoke the truth. He spoke a lot of truth, did Oscar Wilde. Did a lot of horrific things too. But so this has been around for a long time. And you know what, Mike and ML are, and thank you for that. And Colleen as well, thank you. Because this is serious stuff. You want to enter into a relationship, how can you do this and be loyal to yourself? How can you be loyal to another person? You don't know the first thing about yourself, and you can't know yourself until such time that you know God. This is insanity what we are doing. It's insanity.
Well, because we
and you
aren't in
need to know
our-
what marriage is and what marriage
We
means.
aren't in our right mind when we're in ego. And when we're raised as carnal monsters and we live our life as carnal monsters, we are someone else. And in our right brain, when we are living the right way, the right virtuous way, we are someone else. I went to a psychic years and years and years ago, and she told me that I would, in the future, I would be 180 degrees from who I am now. And I thought, oh, that's weird. Like, I thought I was a pretty good person, but she was so right. I, living a virtuous life, am so different than I was back then. I didn't need a psychic to tell me that, but it was God messaging through her. It was brilliant. And it helped me become culpable for who and what I am. And so that was amazing. But it's true, 180 degrees. When you live from the right to the left and you put them in balance, it's amazing.
Yeah, we fall so far. We fall so far that we don't, you get to a point where you don't even realize how evil and how fallen you become, because it all becomes normalized. See, that's what TV's for. That's what movies are for. That's what commercials are for. Remember, in the beginning, the Cabal didn't even put a lot of thought into television shows. They really didn't. That's why a lot of good stuff got through in the beginning, because they were so convinced all they needed were commercials, and that commercials were going to toxify your brains and take you over, because to them it was all about marketing. And by the way, that all came through, you got to remember his name again, but that is Sigmund Freud's nephew, who wrote the book on modern marketing. And if anyone's got that in the chat, just normally I always remember his name, but that's Freud's nephew, and he wrote the book on marketing. And then that's what he said. He said that that's what he taught them, and that's what they believed, and what they felt is that they could sell ice to an Eskimo. I'm just checking in the chat here if anyone's put up his name yet. So that's Sigmund Freud's nephew. Edward Bernays. Yeah. So Edward Bernays, Freud's nephew, came to America and was embraced by Wall Street, and he created this reality of advertising and marketing. And then this is why they pushed television beyond else, because that was corporations going into your living room, and that's exactly what it is. You're just putting pure poison. It's a needle that just goes into your head, and that's what television became.
Absolutely. I'm so humbled to continue to listen to you, Charlie and Colleen and ML, the things that we're all sharing amongst each other is only creating a higher vibration within all of us and those that are listening. And if you'll latch onto this vibration, you'll become to know God, and you'll become to know him in the right way, and you'll see things align, and you'll feel the peace, and you won't waver from it, because it's infectious. It's infectious like anything like nothing you have ever experienced before in your life. And it goes back to what ML always says, we're spirits having human experience. And wow, it's beautiful and it's powerful. And this movement that we're seeing now, guys, you know, I don't know I don't know how to tell you any other way than you cannot stop what is getting ready to happen. God has already put the wheels in motion, and he's calling on the individual to know him, to know his face, to see his face and feel his love and his grace, and understand it and take it within.
Mike, it shows you're muted. Just quickly unmute yourself.
There we go.
Perfect. Yeah, what you're saying is exactly so, Mike. It is, and you can fight this as long as you want, but it'll never change. It isn't going to change, and so you know, like I want Mike to drop off here in a sec so he can get some more sleep tonight and stuff. But what Mike is saying is just so true. Like God is coming, and there's nothing that you can do about this, whether you want it or you don't want it. It just is, and this is the way of the truth. And this is the game that you're playing with yourself when you get into bed with lies, and then you begin to, you know, you connect to some group like you know, Mike and ML, and you begin to hear all this truth, and it's like, well, I like a lot of what they're saying, but I don't really like, you know, I don't really agree with everything that they're saying. And, you know, some people, not everybody knows everything. So I get some stuff from this person or some stuff from that person. And that's a recipe for disaster. And the things that you don't like or disagree with Mike and ML, what they're saying, or with Colleen and I, are the things that you're doing, and you don't want to stop. You don't want to hear the truth about your food. You don't want to hear about the truth about where God exists, where Christ exists. They're within you.
That's why knowing yourself is so important.
Yes.
Because when you're able to discern, is this making me uncomfortable because my ego doesn't like it and doesn't want to change from my carnal ways? Or is this the right side of me, the God side of me, saying this doesn't feel right?
Yeah.
So there's that discernment that God gives you, that ability to do that when you practice the virtues, and then it'll become so much clearer. And when you clean up your body, and it becomes so much easier as you get lighter, the lies just they're so blatant, and you know which side is choosing in those moments. So it becomes easier. And don't be too hard on yourself, but at the same time, and don't be too hard on other people, but at the same time, we have to call out the lies when we see them.
Yep.
And it can make us uncomfortable, and we have to then decide, is it because of where I'm choosing to be? Who am I serving in this moment?
Remember, Jesus went out of his way in the New Testament to say that he who tells the truth is not causing division. He's not dividing the house. The house is divided through lies and liars. They are the ones that are creating division. So you get stuff like labeled with on Colleen and I, like you know, we're, you know, you're great, you do, but you create so much division in the truth community. No, we're just calling out the lies there. And then it's like, well, but you have your truth.
No,
And
this is the separation of the chaff from
the wheat from the chaff. It totally is. And the wheat and the chaff says that there is a truth, and then there are lies.
There's an
And-
east
and
wind
so-
blowing.
So there is no, that's why Colleen and I don't take any credit for any of this, because it's not our truth. This isn't the wisdom of Colleen and Charlie Freak. It's God's, it's Christ's teachings, and it's God's way. It's God's truth. It's God's truth. It's his creation. And that's all we do. That's all we're sharing to you. And that's why it resonates with so many people, because we tell it commonsensically, because that is God's way, to make it so simple and so easy for everyone to understand and absorb. He makes it so simple. It's common sense. It's all just common sense. And so there is no, there's no ego here because there's no attachment to any of the things that we're saying that ownership rests here. It doesn't. We knew nothing. We're the ones that told you that
We were
12
idiots.
years ago, we realized we were just idiots and we were getting this thing wrong. And we said to ourselves, we know nothing. And so what we did, and remember, this is so
And I'm
important.
sure there's a lot of people in our past that will attest to that.
Yeah. So remember, this is really important. What Colleen and I did is we said, okay, what did we believe was the truth? And now we're going to try and prove it. And then we'll know that that's the truth. So we started and it's like, we couldn't prove anything. So anything that they had taught us and that, like the earth, it can't be proved. It's like, oh my God. And when we realized, and that brought us so powerfully to the Bible. So see, flat earth brought us so powerfully to the Bible, and then knowing the Bible inside and out, and reading it for ourselves, and knowing all of these passages inside and out. And it was all there. It was all there. And you're just going, if they can lie to you about the shape and the function of this earth, they can lie to you about anything. And then that's when we said it. That's when we said it. And that was like 5 years ago. And we said, wow, they're lying about everything. They're lying, not most things, they're lying about everything. And it just hit us. And it was like this huge weight was taken off of us because we just realized, wow, they're lying to us about everything. If they can lie to you about the shape and the fact that the earth is wobbling, spinning and tilting and going across the galaxy at 100,000, and that we went to the moon, and just wow, they can lie to you about anything. Remember, Edward Bernays and the marketing, he was the one, because they wanted to be able to get meat, dairy, and eggs in a bigger market because it wasn't being used at breakfast. Edward Bernays is the one who came along and they marketed and said breakfast is the most important meal of the day, and that's where you get all of your strength for the rest of the day, and you need a big heavy breakfast. Because up until that point, most people just had fresh fruit for breakfast in the morning, and that's how they started the day. And then they just did advertising everywhere for steak and eggs and cheese and cream and all of this. And it was just meat, dairy, and eggs. And that's how. So I'm not kidding you. That's the truth. Look it up for yourself.
He's not kidding you. I fell for that. That's how I got to be from.
We all did, Mike.
We were right
Yep.
on that path with you.
Yep. And I promise you, if I hadn't been obedient to God, I would probably not be alive right now. And,
Yep.
and you have witnessed some of that. But it's because I fell for that and other things that I did in my life. I'm trying to get onto this path and be obedient to God, and that I'm here and He's pouring it out through me. I take no credit either. I have no qualms about understanding that this is all God, and I'm so grateful and so blessed to have this experience that I can share with you all so that you can have yours.
Beautiful.
Yep.
Thank you for listening to the call.
Yes. And what Mike's saying is repent. Pent is penitence. And so you just have to rightfully establish penitence before God. So this is the only way things change. Somebody is saying in the chat, what's wrong with eggs? Eggs are massively acidic.
Well, they're wonderful, and they're meant for a baby chick to live on for 21 days, but they cause so much cholesterol inside of us.
Yeah.
And how do I know that? Because I used to have 2 eggs every morning for most of my, probably, well, I don't know, 4 years ago. That was the one thing I didn't let go of. I was a vegetarian, but I had kept in cream, eggs, and cheese because that's what vegetarians are allowed to eat. And I was gaining weight. I was having aches and pains, walking upstairs, puffing and huffing. I couldn't keep up. My kids were going, "Mom, you're ballooning. What's happening?" And it wasn't just on the outside; it was on the inside. And it was, and I was a vegetarian, so it was. Those things are not meant to be eaten, because what they do is they create mucus inside your body, and they do lots of other things
Well,
they're fatty,
it causes
they're-
inflation,
Inflammation.
inflammation. So, which is inflation. And so this is the thing with most people don't realize this with most of the overweight people in the world now, especially in the Western world, what you're seeing is they tell you that it's fat and that you're all fat. The truth is that you're malnourished. And so, and that's because you're eating things that is not actually food, and your body has no idea what to
Well,
do
it's
with
not
it.
meant for your body.
It
It's not meant
isn't.
for our
So
bodies.
for example, with cheese is long story, but basically
We have lots of videos on it. Don't get him started on any of this, please.
but
We'll be
essentially,
here till midnight.
but essentially the sort of the protein molecule that is the essence of what this cheese is, which is just concentrated milk, your brain receives it with the same receptors as heroin. So cheese is literally heroin. It's crack cocaine, and that's why you can't give it up, and that's why
That's why
you
it's very
want cheese
challenging to
pizzas and
give it
cheese
up.
in your crust
You
and
can
cheese.
do it.
Yeah. So it's just, and remember, they're the ones pushing all this stuff on you. And like we said, pepperoni pizza, cheese and pepperoni. Pepperoni, it's human, Soylent Green. Human beings have been in pepperoni for a long time now. And same with ground beef, and same with sausages. That's why they created those things, because it's a cesspool. They mix everything in there, and you don't know what's in there, and it's bad. It's really bad. But the thing is, to be food, remember this: to be food, it can't have packaging. It cannot have ingredients. Food is. It's not created. If it's created, it's not food. So look in a supermarket. It pretty much all has packaging, and it all has a name, and it all has ingredients. There, you can't have these with. So like, what's the color of a pear? Well, it's greenish. No, it's pear. That's what a pear is. It's the color pear. And then you look at a green cookie. What is the color? Well, it's yellow number 7, and it's green dye number 15, and it's blue dye number 3. You think that's food? And you think that these dyes are edible and that that's totally okay? It's murder. They're killing you.
So we have lots of videos on the food thing, and if you go to our website as well, there's a whole section on health, and we'll be filling that up as well, and lots of great information there.
Yeah, but it's just all common sense, right? So it's the same thing with cow's milk. No animal continues to consume their mother's milk past the first 4 months. There's no creature. Most are off of it very, very, very soon. So what are you doing drinking a cow's milk for your entire life? If you were going to drink anything, you would drink your mom's milk because it's your DNA. So that's made specifically for you. So you would just go around drinking your mom's milk all your life. But, that would maybe look ridiculous after a certain point, up to a certain point. So you stop doing it. Every mammal stops doing it, except humans. And we continue to drink milk that's not even ours. And remember, you can get milk from an almond. You can get milk from rice. You can get milk from oats. You can get milk from anything. You can get, the coconut milk is brilliant, and it's alkaline. So it's actually really good for you because it's alkaline. What are you doing creating an industry that tortures and mutilates cows to be able to drink cow's milk? It makes no sense. You can coagulate coconut milk. If you really like cheese, you can have coconut milk cheese. If you really like sour cream, you can have coconut sour cream.
Better than all of that, and then just giving them advice on what you do. I mean, there's the transitional diet, but honestly, this is something you need to research, because this is so important for our body. Like Mike is attesting to, how it affects your life. And moving forward, how do we gather health around us? Because if you don't have your health, you really don't have much.
And just a couple of quick things here. Okay,
yet.
go.
So what you need to do is you need to really do some research. There's so much good information that we have about how to feed your body properly, but you need to educate yourself on what your body really needs for food. So you don't be tricked into just, all of these fads out there that people go on. that really are just as detrimental to your health. And they say, well, don't be a vegan because you're just going to get sick and blah, blah, blah. If you do it right and you understand what your body needs, you won't call yourself a vegan. I mean, you'll just be eating healthy, and healthy. The food that you actually need for your body
has to be living.
It has
to
be
be living. If you want to live, you have to
and when
eat
you
life.
cook, when you cook
That's
your
the way it
food
is.
and you eat majority of cooked food,
You're killing your food.
you're killing yourself, because the cooked food has no nutrients in it. And
Right.
what it does is it creates mucus. So there's a lot of good books out there. And one of them is by Arnold Ehret, and it's The Mucusless Diet. And when you eat foods that are mucusless, so meaning that when you ingest them, they don't turn into, your body doesn't have to make mucus and all of this stuff out of it, or it doesn't turn into mucus. And then you aren't able to absorb any of your nutrients. So you have to take alkaline and less mucusy foods. So that's really important to clean your body, and so that your body can rejuvenate itself. That's what it was meant to do. Instead of our cells dying, your cells are replenishing. So that's what this is all about. That's all it's about. And you just need to educate yourself on all of that. And yes, there's a lot of disinformation out there, so you're going to have to discern and sort through it. But Tony Wheel has got some amazing stuff, and she's been taught by Dr. Morris, who's phenomenal. And he's one of those, he's like a Trump, except he's in the food, he's in the health industry, and it's beautiful.
Yeah, it was really great, because just a few days ago, Dr. Morse came out and said that that the ultimate truth to health in your life comes from God first, and that moving forward as a nation, as a species, as a world, we're all going to put God first in our life. And when you put God first in your life, you're going to have health, because God is the creator of life, not death. God is the God of the living, not death. So that was really wonderful to see from Dr. Morris as well, making this spiritual leap and this spiritual connection as well. And doing this spiritually with God, not some airy-fairy, universal alien thing. It's all right here. It's all written down for you. It's all documented for you. You just have to do the work. And just a couple of things here really quickly. One, a couple of people asking, like what's wrong with the dairy industry? Well, remember, when these cows are repregnated, they're given no choice. They're raped, and they have to continually produce more cows for the dairy industry to continue. If it's a male cow, they don't try to sell it to the meat industry. They just kill the male born cows and throw them into a dumpster. And if you don't believe me,
Well, I'm sure they don't just throw it away. They use it somehow because they can make money off of
there
it.
for sure, there's a lot of images of dumpsters
Yeah,
that are
because there's
filled.
the truck that comes and picks up the dumpsters and throws it into the dog food, and so they just,
For sure.
or who knows
For
where
sure.
else.
Or cow feed, So there is a documentary that is partially funded by and narrated by River Phoenix's brother. So that is
Well, Joaquin.
Joaquin Phoenix. Joaquin Phoenix. He put up his money to it.
Yes, Mike needs to rest.
Yeah. So really quickly, the documentary is called Earthlings. Earthlings. If you haven't watched Earthlings, fair warning, it's horrific, but it's the truth. And the fact of the matter is, a lot of people have not watched Earthlings because they don't want to. But it's the truth of the meat and the dairy industries. And
It changed our lives.
it's just raw footage. And you have to have the courage to see it. And then you have to say to yourself, is that what you stand for?
What Charlie means is, if you're going to continue eating the way that a carnal person would eat with the meat, dairy, and eggs, and you owe it to yourself to watch this movie.
You owe it to yourself, and you owe it to them to be able to watch. And if you're okay with the level of mutilation and torture that goes in, and how it drives these people who work in slaughterhouses mental, and how they do the most horrific thing to these animals, and again, how cows and pigs on these big trucks on the highways going 80, 90 miles an hour are desperately trying to climb out of these trucks to get out. Even at 80 miles an hour, they want out because they know what's coming. When that occurs, that's in your meat. That fear, those hormones, that vibration is what you're eating. And again, if the goal in your life is to live, and God, if the Bible teaches that God is the God of the living, what are you eating death for? Like, how do you get God, or how do you get life from eating death? It makes no sense. Now, come on, you can make this leap with me. You know that this is commonsensical truth. If you want life, you eat life. And when you look at the Gospel of Quell or Q, and you look at the Gospel of the Essenes, and these books that are now coming readily available everywhere that are going to complete the New Testament, Christ is saying this in all of these books, that animals are our friends and we don't harm them.
I'm just going to say one thing really quickly. Someone says, do a research on the babies who died on a vegan diet. When you understand what food is and what your body requires, you're not going to be an idiot and go out and just eat processed vegan food.
Bill Gates, so, vegan baby
we're going to leave it at that. We're going to just say, do your research.
And this is why you shouldn't use the term vegan. You're a frugivore, and a frugivore is one who consumes raw fruit, and that's it. So the veganism is confusing. So
we love you all so much, and Mike and ML. I'm not sure where he went, but thank you so much for jumping on and being with us tonight.
There's an energy with us together. There's no doubt about it.
Absolutely. And I'm thankful for y'all, and we love each and every one of you watching. Y'all all, I appreciate the concerns and the comments that are coming through about my well-being right now. And I'm just extremely tired. Okay. The stamina is not quite fully back yet. And, I appreciate it. And I feel the love, and I'm glad to share the love with you as well. So thank y'all.
Yeah, you have a wonderful crowd too that's out there loving you. Thank you. So have a wonderful night, you guys. We love you so much.
Yeah, and just because of the circumstances of tonight, what we'll do with the follow-up podcast is we'll complete
part 2.
Yeah, we'll do part 2. We'll complete the list, but really quickly for everyone, what we also just wanted to get to, so that you can just write it down and stuff, was also Edgar Allan Poe, and Poe's Teaching the Truth, and then of course the movies, The Matrix, V for Vendetta, Field of Dreams. We've talked about it before, but we'll go over these things in detail. But TV shows, again, with Michael Landon, Little House on the Prairie, and there's so many now, and they're all over YouTube for free. It's incredible. And I really wanted to talk tonight also about C.S. Forster and the creation of Horatio Hornblower, and those 8 movies that were done in, I think, 1998 about Horatio Hornblower. Horatio Hornblower is again another manifestation of Jesus Christ. It's incredible. These are incredible. So you just want to surround yourself with these creations. When you listen to the music of the band America, you're listening to their variation or version of God. You're listening to divine music. The words and the music is done out of love. It's done out of wisdom. It's done out of truth. They're teaching and sharing the truth in all of their songs. And there are so many bands like this. So we'll follow up with this. And the other special show that we want to do is on food, and to show you the real wholeness, which I think will surprise some people. But these are very, very exciting times. And yeah, it is. It's great. It's great. And we're very thankful and appreciative for Mike and for ML. There is a great chemistry between us. And I think everyone knows why that is. And I want to thank my wife, best friend, and eternal partner, Colleen, for being all in with all of this, because it's just not possible if we weren't completely on the same page. So I love you so much, Angel, and you're just such a source of love, caring, and wisdom, and I just appreciate it so much. So, and our chat, great chat room again tonight, fantastic. And if I missed some of the questions, I apologize. We'll follow up with them
Well, yeah, and we will have the music show with the questions and answers as well.
Yeah.
The 107.1. What's that usually on? What
Every
day?
Friday night,
Every
every
Friday
Friday night.
Every Friday
As
night.
long as it doesn't continually get hijacked, then we'll have time for all those things. But yeah, start with that documentary Earthlings. If you haven't watched it, and the thing is, you don't need to watch it twice. Once you watch it, you can't unwatch it. It's like what Mike said. For some of us that have seen some of the footage of things that have been done to the children, once you see it, you can't unsee it. So, and you need to be careful moving forward, because we're not kidding about the things that are in these movies and what they've done. It is beyond imaginable, because you're children of Abel through Seth. You are. And so it is completely foreign nature for you to do any of this. And once you see it, you cannot unsee it. You cannot unsee it.
And don't be daunted by all the work we have to do, you guys. I mean, little bit by little bit by little bit, it's a transition, and it can seem really overwhelming when we learn all of these things and how we've been lied to about everything, and it can seem depressing, because then we have to give up the things that we've learned to love. But trust me, on the other side of this, you're going to have so much more energy, you're going to feel so good about yourself, and you're going to feel so good about the sharing of a new way of life.
Yeah, and again, if you, Vincent just brought it up in the chat again, if you have not seen the movie Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter, trust us, this is a Q White Hat production. There are comms from beginning to end. It's the missing piece of the puzzle for Colleen and I, for us to finally really understand Abraham Lincoln, and we knew we needed to do that.
Another piece of the puzzle.
And it came to us through God. All the information that we needed with Lincoln, we got, and then it all just fit together incredibly. So it's not some stupid Hollywood movie. It is the truth. Like, you just need to wrap your mind around it. Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter is telling you the truth, and there are comms from beginning to end from the White Hats, beginning to end. Like when Lincoln is leaving the White House to attend the play where he allegedly gets assassinated, right then and there, they're hinting that he was John Galted, which of course, if he is of the Clooney bloodline and the Jesus strand, that he would be protected at all costs. And so that is a must watch. It is an absolute must watch, because it's not stupid Hollywood. It's the truth. Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter is the absolute truth, and you got to see it. And really quickly, dog food. Our dogs, which are so full of energy, so full of life, and so healthy, as you can hear, are still going. So it's raw or steamed. You just steam, and then that's how Colleen and I eat as well. It's just mostly raw, and then anything we do is you're warming it or you're steaming it. But you just don't want to be cooking your food. We've done so many videos, and we're going to be doing this upcoming video about food, and it's going to tie all together.
A frugivore diet.
So the dogs have a frugivore. So the basic, what I do, Colleen is doing the puree of the fresh fruits and vegetables. We also steam for them in the rice cooker a mixture of chickpeas, brown beans, and black beans for them. And then what I also make in the rice cooker as well is rice, lentils, and wheat. Rice, lentils, and wheat. And we steam that for them. And that's what they get. We just mix it all together, and
and sweet potatoes and
sweet potatoes, yeah.
a few other things,
Yeah.
depending on the.
Yeah, and if you're going to have a potato, it better darn well be a sweet potato. Do not have those
Here in
other
Mexico, they're
potatoes.
called camotes, and they're an interesting. It's a tuber, but it's sweet. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is as sweet as what you need. Just they've been lying to you about everything. We'll get into
they're better
more
for
of this,
you,
so.
less mucus producing.
Yeah.
So we're gonna say goodbye. Our dogs are going cuckoo. We love you guys so much. Thank you for being with
And
us.
we'll see you soon. And it sounds like we're going to try to do a show Tuesday night. And this is going to be either we'll complete this show, or we might do this show about the total truth about food. So we'll see, but likely we'll see you on Tuesday night. And then we've got Thursday, the round table of Middle Earth, and then Friday night, 107.1 FM. So we love you, and we'll see you again really soon.
Thank you, guys. We love you.
Good night, everyone.